Okay. It is now 5 o'clock, and I would like to call this meeting of the Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee to order. Can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, you may. Megan Miller.
Present.
Oh, I'm sorry, Megan. Tom Hankins.
Here.
And Greg Schneider.
Present.
The roll reflects that all members are present.
Great, thank you. Vice Chair Miller, would you please take over this meeting as I am at sea and internet connection is spotty and there is a lot of background noise that is going on.
No problem.
Thank you.
Cool. All right, I apologize for not being able to talk here. All right, first things first. Let me just make sure I get the agenda up. Could we please get a motion to approve the agenda for this evening?
So moved.
So moved.
Oh, cool. And second?
Second.
All right, we got a
Second.
motion by Chair Schneider, second by Mr. Hankins. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, motion passes. Next is approval of the minutes from October 15th. Anybody like to make a motion?
I move we approve the minutes.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion on the table to approve the October 15th Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee minutes. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passes unanimously. At this time, I'd like to invite Ms. Moratek up to talk with us about literacy updates. Thank you, Ms. Moratek.
Sure. Good evening, committee members. I'm glad that you could join us, Committee Chair Schneider. Nice to see you too. With me also, I have Tony Bosco, our Director of Instructional Leadership and Equity as well, because he also leads a lot of this work in the literacy area. And our goal here is to come to the committee every few months or so. We were here in spring just to give updates on where we are in literacy, and then also in parallel to our implementation of the Act 20 requirements. So our goal tonight is just to reground us in our literacy vision and goals. I know we have a new committee member, so I just wanted to go back to that and regrounding you, Mr. Hankins. And then we'll share some beginning of the year data with our internal benchmark assessments that are on foundational skills. And then, again, some of the work that we're doing in Act 20 and where we're at in that timeline. Right now, top of mind for everybody is that universal screener that's coming mid-January. And I will say it now, and I'll probably say it 3 more times throughout the duration of this presentation. I am eternally grateful for the staff that's working very hard to implement all of the kind of octopus arms of Act 20. And specifically in this case, we've leaned heavily on our instructional coaches to help prepare and plan for our teachers to be trained and to be able to implement a universal screener, diagnostic testing, and all the other things to come. So I want to thank everybody. I get to stand up here behind the microphone and talk about the work, but I'm certainly not the only one that represents the body of this work. So back when we did our adoption on the tail end of our ESSER funds, we did a lot of work vision about what did we want literacy to be for the school district of Beloit. And remembering that literacy is reading, writing, language, speaking, and listening. It's not just learning to read in the code of reading. It's more than that. That's essential, but it's more than that. And back when we did that work, we did what we'll call empathy groups. We interviewed a lot of different stakeholder groups to help inform the vision of literacy, parents, staff, children, just to get an idea of what we really wanted. And that helped to create a localized criteria, in addition to leaning obviously on our third-party reviewer ed reports for choosing high-quality materials. So these were the themes that came out of those. It was a qualitative research approach to pull out themes from interviews that the stakeholders in the school district of Beloit wanted as a part of the material selection. Cultural relevance and equity, responsiveness to student needs, foundational skills and standards, building a joy of reading and literary identities, home and school literacy partnerships, and high expectations for college, career, and community readiness. And that icon is very important because it's connecting the heart and the minds when it comes to literacy. The other thing that's really critical is when we talk about our plans for improvement, this has been our plan that we've grounded ourselves in. And as we come and present either at the board level, the committee level, we're always anchoring ourselves in this. And that is the application of high quality materials and standard lined in materials. The focus on braided pedagogical development with coaching cycles. So that's our instructional coaching cycles and the value we have in the power of coaching, very research and evidence based. And then the last one is strong instructional practices that are implemented with integrity. Heavily, we leaned coming out of that adoption on high quality materials. Once we had that, we knew we had to really start with the coaching cycles of the implementation and then also bringing along those practices. So this last year and a half is definitely shoring up integrative implementation, but it's also building the toolboxes of our teachers and our educators about best practices for reading foundations and literacy. We do some action planning in our department and at the district level, and then schools are aware of these to have impact goals. So these impact goals, we have a 4K one, 80% or more of our 4Ks are proficient in these types of subtests. This comes out of our Frog Street curriculum that we adopted in our high quality materials adoption last year. And so these assessments are embedded into that, very aligned to like what the expectations are with the sciences of reading and so forth. And then the impact goal on our ERLA is the 50% or more students being proficient, and that's on our ERLA internal benchmark foundational reading assessments. This is our beginning of the year data. So when we did our first wave of levels checking, we came out with these statistics. So we're off to the races and a good start. The whole idea here is that benchmark for those lower grades moves throughout the year. So you can see this first one, and is it March, Tony? My eyes are like.
Oh, it's November.
November, excuse me, for the first, benchmark. Oh, when I took it. Yeah, the first benchmark is in March, right?
It's in January, I think.
January. There we go, thank you. So they'll re-level set in January, and then the other ones for the upper grades is throughout the whole year. But that's important because it's measuring who is meeting the benchmark at that time and place. And then every 10 to 15 days or so, the students are levels checked and that new data goes in there, and then they have a cutoff to see how many students met the benchmark, which is really important when you're thinking about continuous improvement and also goal setting with students. The other piece here that we are working with is our third grade reading assessment on the forward. Obviously, much more to come about that this evening at the board level. We looked at where we're at in third grade, and then just for clarification, the board goal is to have 2% increase across the 3-8, and so going from 21.7, for example, then to 23 would be what we would be looking at, or 0.7. And so making good progress on that as we move along. We're able to show evidence of growth over time. And you have to remember our benchmark assessment, like the ERLA, is 50%. It's higher because that's basic foundational skills. The forward assessment also tests beyond that, comprehension in writing and language and the things that fall into the umbrella of literacy. So that internal benchmark on the foundational skills might be higher because it's not testing all of those additional things. Okay. Okay, Tony's going to speak to this slide, and then I'll hop in the next slide, and then he's going to take us to the end. This is some of the work. We just wanted to show you what high-quality materials look like and how we've worked to really make sure our American Reading Company materials are aligned to what they need to be, and then also some of the supplemental work that we've been bringing in just to beef up our materials.
You'll see as we progress through the slides how intense the focus on foundational skills has become. But we were already ahead of the game when we adopted the American Reading Company core framework 4 years ago. And really this slide kind of shows on a day-to-day basis at the kindergarten level how intense that foundational focus is. And we're really looking at these different phonemic awareness, phonological awareness, letter sound correspondence, those things becoming part of our daily habits and routines with our littlest learners, so to speak, as they really develop that strong sense of phonemic awareness and their ability to begin decoding as they move out of kindergarten into first and second grade. And so when we look at this, this is not something that we're doing to get ready for Act 20. These are things that are embedded in our framework and really are a part of our day-to-day operations.
Thank you, Tony. And then he's going to jump back. I just wanted to pull this. Originally, when we first presented to the board for our materials adoption, this link was in there about best practices for professional learning. And what I really like about it, I went back and pulled it to see just where we are, kind of a litmus test of doing professional learning. And these are the things that this particular Policy Institute group say are best practices. And you'll see as we go through this how we weave in and out of these things, which is really great. Content focused, so we have specific content focused professional learning opportunities. In this case, this is specific to literacy. Active learning, so bringing in our teachers and our professionals to be part of our learning walks and so forth. Collaboration, job-embedded learning walks. Models and modeling, we've done a lot of that with our instructional coaching, and then also our modules this year for Cox Campus training for the foundational skills has a lot of modeling in it where the teachers are watching best practice, watch Mrs. So-and-so in her classroom implement this and then now respond. And then, of course, time for feedback, coaching, as we know, the investment that we've placed on coaching through our achievement gap reduction and title funds, and then that sustained duration. That's important because we have set out to really improve literacy. And when I got here, I felt like there was somewhat of a, well, what's next? Every time new leaders come in, new stuff comes in. And we really worked on that as a team, that this is what we're doing, and we're going to do this for a substantial amount of time to really see the impact and to have some coherence. Critical when you're thinking about curriculum and instruction is building coherence. And so that's a lot of the work that we've done, and it's evident in when you look at the research that we have overlap between what we're doing and what best practice says. So Tony's going to talk about some of the things that he has been leading in both our learning walks with teachers and principals. Myself, I go there. And then also some of the work that's coming up with next lap of Act 20 work.
Thank you. As Teresa talked about with our literacy learning walks, when you implement any kind of curricular framework, any kind of initiative at all, it really affords you an opportunity to go out and see how is that implementation going. And literacy learning walks are one of the tools that we use at the district level to really support buildings at the ground level and how that implementation is going. But we're really doing that with the key goal of gradually releasing that process back to the buildings. We can look at data and school pace all day long, but we really need to get down to the level of instructional practice and making sure that those routines that I talked about earlier are in place and are functioning efficiently so that the entire system can work the way it's designed. And that's something with curriculum implementation, high quality instructional materials implementation. You have to put in the time, effort, and energy to make sure that we're giving teachers the resources, not only in the materials, but also the training to be able to do it at a very, very high level. Our Act 20 cadence coming up this year, we started with Act 20 with all of our kindergarten through fifth grade, or 4K through fifth grade teachers. And that's a little unusual comparison to the state because the statute only says that we have to go up to third grade, but we decided to have our fourth and fifth grade staff trained in this Foundations of Literacy process as well, because we know as some of our students go up, that really deep understanding of foundational literacy skills could be beneficial to them as they're trying to problem solve some of those maybe challenges that some of those fourth and fifth grade students might be seeing. So we have all of our staff at the elementary level, as I said, are in the process of finishing this up. We're halfway through the cadence, and this is really blending well with the ARC core framework that we've been working on for 3-4 years now, and will also kind of really help us as we transition to what Act 20 means from an assessment and practice perspective. This is kind of the cadence for the screener and the diagnostic coming out of Act 20. This is year one, so per the statute, we are not required to start the screener process until mid-year. So our screener window opens here in a couple weeks. We'll begin screening our students in January. We'll complete all those diagnostics in January, and then we'll begin to develop their individualized, personalized reading plans. But that will change next year. Next year, the cadence is a little different. Some of those students will get that screener 3 times a year, whereas I think 4K is only going to get it twice a year. And again, this is just a visual of that same process. Step one is essentially doing that screener whole grade wide. We'll do 4K, kindergarten, first, second, and third. Step two is that diagnostic. As students are identified as being at the 25th or below percentile, the statute requires that we then administer a certain slew or bevy of diagnostic assessments that really helps us drill into that third step, where we're really identifying that discrete skill that that student needs just-in-time instruction on. We're going to build their personalized reading plan around that to make sure that they are not lagging. There's no gaps, because often if you do not fill that gap in just in time, it will compound over time. This is what I alluded to in terms of those screener and diagnostic assessments that are required by Act 20. The assessments on the left that have an asterisk by them are the 5 identified screener assessments. The rest are the assessments that will be a part of the diagnostic process if students are identified at that 25th or below percentile. And this is actually a beautiful kind of marriage between the EARLA, the independent reading level assessment that we use, the ARC core framework that we use, because a lot of those foundational skills are embedded in our framework. And so there are some opportunities here to help our staff recognize the data that we're seeing from the screener and the diagnostic, and where they can leverage that in our universal resource. Now, this process will also help us identify supplemental resources that we'll be able to levy to help fill those gaps if for some reason that universal is not working for that particular student. Back to Teresa.
Thank you, Mr. Bosco. So I just went back and pulled this slide. This is also the original slide that we did 3 years ago when we were recommending the adoption. So you can see some of the research then that we were grounding our work in. Sometimes you get lucky in this because research and reading changes, but it also over 50 years is still with the National Reading Panel original research. And so I was glad to pull this because it was just where my head was at 3 years ago. And as you move through this work, you change and think about things and reflect, and still relevant, obviously, now. The only other thing I wanted to add was a bright spot for me was, I think it was last week when we were meeting with the coaches for the Planning Act 20, and I asked them how on the ground level is their foundational skills training going, because they're going through the modules. We have that embedded training with the teachers, because what I didn't want it to be is a silo and then it's not applicable to the classroom. And it just was a shiny spot for me, because I said, how are they finding the materials now that we have these materials in their new learnings? And the response from the coaches was that there's a lot of connections. And so the way that the framework is, for example, the morning message, you can bring in the stuff, your new learnings, as they're building their toolboxes around foundational reading. And sometimes as a teacher's pedagogical knowledge increases, they understand better about why the materials are designed the way that they are, because there's a lot of pedagogical approaches that go into designing materials. And so I'm happy to hear from, so far, the people that I've been getting feedback from, that there is alignment versus this resistance of new learnings and materials. So that's really good news. Open it up for questions.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Members or committee members.
Thank you, Megan. Again, I apologize for being as new as I'm not new. You know, between coaching, you talk about coaches,
Yeah.
and we hear paras. Could you give me a distinct what's the description of either? And I know I could Google it and find out, but
The difference between an instructional coach and a paraprofessional, is that for
well,
clarification? That's
you
what you're
talk about
asking about?
coaches, so what do they actually do in the classroom?
Sure. So a coach is a teacher. They're classified a teacher. They are paid a little extra because they have some additional days on their calendar, but they're coded as a teacher. And the idea of coaching is that you want to have teacher leadership and build a pipeline of teacher capacity and leaders. I was actually an instructional coach myself. And so when you do that work, it's different than a relationship with an administrator, because this is a colleague of yours that you're working with to improve practices. They can be a shoulder partner, a thought partner. I'll have Tony speak on this because he's really into the work more than I am right now. They also do a lot of prep work for the teachers. So, for example, when you have to get materials together, or organize, or books, or set up the systems that we do, like our internal database system and school pace, the coaches are monitoring all that. 20% of their schedule, which is about 5 to 7 hours a week, is also for pulling small groups, so working directly with students. And then they often are filling classrooms too when we have vacancies. And so it can be a very powerful position and a lever to change in a building, because it's an additional layer of support for the teachers. When you're a principal in a building, you have so many things that you have to do and oversee, and we expect our principals to be instructional leaders, but it's not the same role as an instructional coach.
Okay, I get the gist of what you're saying, and
Okay.
thank you for
You're welcome.
enlightening me. So, if student Tom back in his day, if another teacher came in the room, you have to. They assume the role of the teacher. I'm not saying they don't help the teacher, but is that correct? I mean, I'm not trying to get deep diving into a coach. I'm just asking.
Are you talking about, Tom, for a particular student, or?
No, I'm just saying when you talk about a coach,
Yeah, so
they enter the classroom with the teacher and they are in the room with that teacher?
it just depends on the situation. We talk about innovations and practices that coaches kind of support teachers through, and one of those could be like modeling a lesson. So they could literally plan a lesson with the teacher and then go in and model that lesson for the teacher to show them how the lesson could be done in kind of an ideal scenario. They co-plan to co-teach. So a lot of times, particularly with new teachers or teachers that are new to the profession, maybe shifting from a different profession, the idea that teachers come to us with all the nuances of what it takes to be a high-level teacher. Our coaching team has really aggregated lots and lots of experience, not only in depth within our curricular resources, but also just from a pedagogical perspective. They are truly a means of us helping teachers feel comfortable with new materials, new strategies, working across languages, all those kinds of things. And like I said, coaches can do that in the classroom with the teacher, kind of side by side, and then gradually release themselves away. or they can also work in like a grade level team and work through some curriculum, do some lesson planning that way. So they wear a lot of different hats, and I'm not even scratching the surface, to be quite honest with you.
And thanks, Tony, but.
Yep.
So a coach could be for several different.
Oh yeah, they're all over the building all day, every day. They're working kindergarten through fourth grade, pre-K or fifth grade. They're working across the different curricular areas. Yes, all of the above, sorry.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
I can give you one more specific example, and then we'll move on, specifically coming up with Act 20. The coaches will be kicking that off and training side by side. So they'll be testing, let's say you have 30 kids in your class that have to be assessed. It's a side by side assessment. This isn't a pass out and fill in paperwork. These assessments take a while. So they're going to be testing, and they're going to create the testing schedule, and then side by side showing the teacher, okay, we're going to do 4 or 5 of these together to gradual release so that you can implement this assessment for the first time. That is all riding on the shoulders of our coaches, and then we do all of the pre-planning now and the training of them ahead of time. Same thing with Act 20. They did all of their training over the summer and the spring to be able to launch it when all the teachers came back and support that work in our schools.
Thank you, Teresa.
You're welcome. Again, it's about building coherence, so that's the goal.
Thank you so much. Board Member Schneider, did you have any questions?
I didn't have any questions, but just a couple other examples of the way I used coaching in the past is that when I was working on a lesson plan, if I wasn't quite sure if it met the mark, I would make an appointment and sit down with the coach and go through it with the coach to make sure that I had everything that I needed in the lesson plan. But I would also have the coach come into my classroom and watch, and then we could sit down and talk about what I could do to make things better. So, I mean, coaching is so many different facets to it, and is really important as we want to move our teachers forward in the skills that they have, being able to teach the skills that we need to have the students learn. So,
Thank you so much, Board Member Schneider. Anything else?
That's terrible.
You're good. I'm sorry that I'm all whispery. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. Just wanting to clarify, is like all students get progress monitored already, like the 10 to 15 days? You said earlier in your presentation that,
No, the students that are 25th or below, when they get the diagnostics, they'll have the personalized reading plan, and they will be
Right.
progress monitored.
I was just, okay, so for the benchmark from the IRLA, I thought I
Right,
heard-
the benchmark we do use on all students.
Right, yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
no, that's
So
all.
in essence, they are progress monitored, just not according to Act 20.
Oh, no, I know, and I guess the reason that I was asking
Sure.
was I know there are a lot of challenges and barriers that Act 20 presents because there are just a lot of like, I'm hearing from other districts, and most of my job is to be an instructional coach.
Sure.
And,
Sure.
a lot of my work too is just kind of figuring out like how do you deal with that capacity building. So
Right.
it sounds like we're really equipped well already. That's I guess what I'm getting at. I want to
Yeah.
make sure I understood that right. So it sounds like progress monitoring was not going to be like a huge barrier, and then is there just thought maybe to communicating out to parents, because I know like the IRLA is a wonderful. I've appreciated as a parent getting that feedback from my own kids.
Okay.
But I know Ames is going to be different.
Yeah, thank you
Yeah.
for that. And I know
Sure.
we were going to connect on that. Right now, there is plans for communication, and I don't want to put it in the air that we're not concerned about the progress monitoring requirements of Act 20. It is a very heavy lift. And so we are working, today actually was another shiny spot. We figured out in our Skyward system how to make that more fluid in doing, what is that called? Mail merges and data pulls. So I was very happy about that because we're trying to streamline it as much as possible through like Google Forms so that teachers don't have to do additional layers of tracking because these plans have to be all done. And so if you're trying to do across the district 400 plans, that's a lot of plans. For parent communications, right now where we're sitting is if you go to disclosures on our website, you'll find the literacy plan, and then we have the parent communications there, housed there right now. I'm going to be moving them in English and Spanish. And then those will get sent out to the schools in a more local level. Schools communicating with their families is different than the district pushing things out. But those communications are set already in our disclosures.
Perfect. I really appreciate that. Thank you so
You're welcome.
much. Yeah, great presentation. Thank you so much. Dr. Garrison or anybody else before I move on?
Actually, I don't have any additional questions, but I would like to thank the team for the presentation. I know we have a couple more things to go over in tonight's Teaching and Learning Equity Committee meeting, and so I just want to say thank you for the work.
Thank you, and thank you so much, Dr. Garrison. I think Mr. Hankins might have another question. Go ahead.
I'm sorry to belabor it, but my question is, we hear a lot about the students, and they're overachieving and the goals they've met. I'm more interested in the bottom third and the goals that are met through those people and them jumping higher. To me, that makes a better.
I agree with you in a lot of conversation. Well, I think all kids have to grow no matter where they are on the continuum. When we look at students that are in our below quadrant, School PACE internally calls it at risk. I don't like that language, but I'm just going to call it that because that's what it's in School PACE right now. I've actually had that conversation with the company. But we've been talking about that and how right now the work that we're doing and being really intentional to mitigate the bottom 25th percentile now because we know that we're assessing them. What is a powerful piece in the materials, the American Reading Company, is the way in which at that point in time they flipped what used to be called guided reading. It's done differently now because it's skill-based and it pulls the small groups and students make power goals, and it's called an equitable conferencing schedule. The idea that our most striving readers is the vocabulary I like to use instead of at risk. Our most striving readers are met with more often, more frequency. And so then the teachers are logging that information into our School PACE system. So I can send you our School PACE ERLA assessment over the last 3 years, same date and time, and you can see over time how that group, the most striving reader group, has gotten smaller over time. Every year we sort of sling back because of that phenomenon of summer slide, but it's getting better over time and we're moving the data.
That's great news, and that's just as important as the achievers getting higher.
I agree.
Thank
And
you.
yep, and you can also see that on our forward data. That lowest quadrant has decreased over time.
Thank you, Teresa.
You're welcome.
Thank you all so much. If everybody's good to move on, the next item is item 2B, 345.6 graduation requirements.
And I'll start us off while Mrs. Mortek pulls up the presentation for that as well. One of the things that we've been talking about in our school district is our graduation requirements. There's a lot of different thoughts in this space, and a lot of different opinions in this space as well. We as a school district have consistently had similar amounts of graduation requirements for quite some time. And in this presentation, Mrs. Mortek and team is kind of going to take us through kind of some of the changes that we would like to see as an administration and move that forward as a conversation to the full board at some point. I think when you're thinking about graduation requirements, again, nothing stays the same forever, but I do know that there could be alterations to certain things as well. And so we're looking at this as a conversation, and I'll turn back over to Mrs. Mortek. Again, we are working in a time frame that I want to make sure that we're able to hear this entire presentation. Mrs. Mortek.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. And I know the Teaching and Learning and Pupil Services Committee doesn't typically see policy, but recommendation from the policy committee chair was for it to come to the Teaching and Learning Committee for feedback. So our plans for this, the entire set of 345 is to go through them throughout the year, but we've chunked it because it's several policies, and the chunks are graduation requirements. Then the next chunk will be about grading policy promotion. Last will be the assessment subset so that we can get through all of them in 1 year. Some of them take a lot of stakeholder input, so certainly don't want to write any policies in a silo. I don't believe in that. And this first one, we did have stakeholder input. And then the next group that we need to talk about will be the grading policy promotion, because there's Act 20 ties to that. And I can't get to it right now because we're waiting on the state to put out those exemplars, and then we'll circle back to that policy to make the necessary revisions. So tonight, I'm just here to talk about the graduation requirements and then those two extra ones that were on the agenda. So why the changes? Beyond just the number of credit change, there's actually changes that are in the policies that we've made. So I don't want the number of credits to be the only sticking point. We intentionally are doing this because the state changed some of their requirements. So we had other changes in additions, or edits that we needed to do. The other thing is to be more in alignment with high-performing districts. Well, now we just got a whole new slew batch of report cards, but I pulled our highest performing districts last year to look at what their requirements were, and then also looked at the largest school districts in the state and what their requirements are. And then the other piece of this is just to continue to allow well-rounded education to our students. Our students can earn up to 32 credits in high school. Most of our students do earn above the minimum requirement now. So it's not going to change that opportunity for students. Okay, so when I did this survey, I looked at the largest public schools. Right now, the school district of Beloit is requiring 26 credits for graduation. The five largest school districts in the state, top three, Milwaukee, Madison, Green Bay, are all 22. Kenosha is 23.5 and Racine is 24. Then when we looked at the highest performing school districts in the state, this was this time last year, Elmbrook, Muskego, Norway, Cedarburg, Middleton, Cross Plains, 23.5, 23, 24, 23.75. So we are above all of these other districts, the largest school districts, which means the highest number of students in the state, and the highest performing districts. And so in that conversation, I want us to think about how we define expectations, because I'm pretty certain that all of these school districts have high expectations for their students. And then when we get to Rock County, what's unique about Rock County is they're tending to be a little bit higher, and I think sometimes that's just trends about what is my neighbor doing, to be honest. And so when I looked at some of these, the first time I was going to present this, I just did a random sampling. I went back and attempted to include all of the Rock County ones. I apologize if I left anybody out. So Beloit, Turner, Edgerton, Milton are all at 24 credits. I spoke to Evansville. They said that they are beginning to have talks about reducing that. That is something that they themselves have wanted to do over the past couple years. I did not have a chance to talk to Janesville, so I'm not exactly sure where they are in that conversation, if they'll be pulling back on requirements or not. But my suggestion at this point is that we move from the 26 to the 24 credits, and I have a little bit of more reasons why that is. In addition to that, a change that we wanted to make in the policies, and then I'll go over some of the policy changes, is aligning it with our academies. And so when we were working with administration and some of the teachers, we wanted our students, when they cross the stage, to have different opportunities of recognition, whether that be you're a graduate, you did the 24 minimum requirements and you earned that passing grade of the civics exam. Graduating with honors, that means you did your 24 credits, passing grade, you also have a minimum GPA, and then 2 placement or 2 dual credit courses, or you're a pathway completer, which is 3 sequence courses in a pathway, and a completion of the portrait of a graduate, which is our portfolio that our students are building. That piece won't happen until a later class because we got to get that off the ground and going. And then the last one is all the same honors of distinction. but we've changed the GPA from a 3.0 to a 3.5. So again, this is more in alignment now to where we are as a school district and the investment that we've put in our academy structure. So that would be in our policy. The additional considerations for it is also changing the minimum requirements obviously does not prevent students from seeking maximum credits. The other one is changing the credits to 26 to 24 will actually allow some of our students that are interested in more work-based learning opportunities than co-op, the way that the schedule is set. So because it's bringing in flexibility with electives and less electives. And then the other piece is just to think about with our four-year graduation rate, our students at oftentimes at BLA or in credit recovery, and this will allow them more of an opportunity to graduate on time because they're not only making up classes, but they're also then having to do those additional electives. This is not the focal point for this change, but I also wanted to bring it to light because we service all students and think about all of the needs of our students. And so that was another reason. The only final piece I want to point out when we look at the policy, and then we can open it up, obviously, for conversation, because I'm really just here for feedback. I can certainly write down suggestions. It wasn't my understanding that we were, asking for any type of action. The last piece was, it's exciting, is on the graduation requirements. The Department of Public Instruction is beginning to say that we could identify some of our CTE courses that could satisfy math credits. We don't have that written into our current policy, so we did that again just to be up to speed with what DPI is suggesting. Further in that, when you look at the statute and the requirements, we would have to come back to the board and say this is our particular CTE course that we would like to fulfill the math credit. And then that would be voted on, and then that would become the option for our students. So that's another change. The other thing is really thinking about how we can give students more choice in English. So looking at our different English literature classes beyond English 9 and 10, and if they have composition, and that requirement and satisfying. So those are kind of some of the big takeaways. We were lucky in the changes in the state with the financial literacy class. We already do it, so we're not, we were ahead of the game in that requirement. Other school districts that didn't have that have to get that on the books. So those are kind of some high level pieces of these policy changes. Open to suggestions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm going to just ask Mr. Hankins, do you have any thoughts, questions, or feedback? Then we'll go to Mr. Schneider.
Thank you, Ms. Lee, or Mrs. Miller. Yes, Ms. Mortek, I'm really having a hard time. I'm not sure of the motivation to change it down. We've just heard from Dr. Garrison, the state has cut the standards, and now we want to cut our standards. And again, I go back to what I'm worried about is the bottom 20%. Because those people now don't have to even jump through another hoop that's even more lax for them to get 2 extra classes in their 4-year degree. The overachievers are going to take their classes as they want, and they will produce. I'm more worried about the people at the bottom, the students at the bottom, and if we make it easier for them to graduate, I'm not for this at all, and I don't understand the motivation. It's not financial, I don't believe. I haven't heard that, but even so, and looking at our neighboring districts, I would rather be the beacon that has a higher higher level bar, whatever you want to call it, than the other ones. And I'm just, all me in me says we can't lower that bar for graduation.
The only thing I'm going to put out there, and I'll let my colleagues respond, is again, how are we reflecting on how we define expectations? when we go to Elmbrook, Muskego, Norway, Cedarburg, and Middleton Cross Plains, the top performing districts in the state, they have high expectations for their kids, as do we. And they are far less of expectations as far as credits. And the reason why that is because some kids are ready to move on. Kids are ready, as we talked about earlier, kids are ready to go on to college, they're ready to start their jobs, they're ready to do other things, and to open up work-based learning and all of that. So rather than us, one way to look at it is lowering expectations from perhaps your definition, but if we reframe it and we think about another way in how we define expectations, it might open our minds to why we're doing this change. It isn't lessering things, and I know that isn't a word, but I'm just going to use it in this context. And I can follow up with you about the state standards, because that isn't necessarily an accurate statement either.
Okay, I take that in.
Okay.
But I still disagree that what happens in Mequon or Thiensville or Cedarburg is not Beloit, and it's not foreseen and or a good look for us to be lowering our standards for graduation. And I do still think that the high-end students are going to excel without lowering the standard.
Thank you, Mr. Hankins. Mr. Schneider?
As I have gone through and contemplated this and looked through all of the different policies, I can truly see the benefit of allowing our students more options as they proceed through the educational system. If a student has completed the 24 credits, has completed all of the courses in the field that they're going into that the high school has to offer, this would allow them then to complete high school and move into either the technical college system or the university system at what they're ready for, and to continue moving forward in their career plans and career readiness. So there are a lot of advantages to giving students more options as they go through. To me, it's not lowering expectations. We require students to have high expectations in all classrooms and to meet those expectations. It's allowing some more flexibility in the students' educational system as they move forward to become, competitive employees in society and continue to move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. Just wanting to jump in with some thoughts as well. So something when I work with students who are struggling, so Mr. Hankins, kind of like to, the point that you were looking at, our kids who are in like the bottom quartile, right? Our kids who struggle, who need more. When you reduce the number of graduation requirements, you allow for more in-depth experiences for those kids to grow. And what I've seen in my more than 10 years as a teacher is that we don't really want kids to have to jump through hoops. We want to create meaningful, I guess that's all I really want to say, meaningful learning and meaningful growth for our kids. And having them tick off boxes and say, okay, I got to take 3 more elective credits isn't necessarily going to move the needle for them on like the skills, like the critical thinking, the independent critical thinking, the reading, the writing, the math that they really need to be successful. So like I definitely am empathetic with what you're saying. We definitely don't want to be lowering standards. I think what I'm taking away from Ms. Mortek's kind of overview here is that we are reshaping what that experience is like so that we can get in depth with our kids and like give them those time, resources, and opportunities to actually like meaningfully grow. So that's coming from somebody who is a teacher, who has been one for more than 10 years, and that's been my experience. So I just wanted to share that out. Thank you so much for the presentation. Dr. Garrison, do you have anything?
Yes, when we think about graduation requirements as well, I think this is going to hit different conversations accordingly. You know, the state of Wisconsin requires 4 credits of English, 3 credits of math, 3 credits of science, 3 credits of social studies, 1.5 credits of, I believe, physical education, 0.5 credits of health, and I think it's
Financial literacy, you
financial.
got it all. Good job.
Yeah. So, and let me just say, like, I wasn't trying to memorize that, but understand that those are our core classes, right? Those are our core classes, and all the rest of the other credits come in the form of, our electives. And the students have a wide variety of different options they could take from an elective perspective. Those core classes are part of every kid has to take them. So I know we have some students in the room right now, and I know some of them may be seniors, some of them may be juniors, and I know they're thinking, I got to take 4 credits of English because their guidance counselor already told them that. And so there's core classes, and then of course there's elective classes. And I just want to make sure that when we talk about this conversation here, there is some movement in the electives that we can provide a quality education, high expectations, and still meet the needs of all of our kids. And again, I know this is not the space where we're going to necessarily debate or anything like that, but this is a space that I want everyone to remember as we talk about graduation requirements. And so, again, I just want to make sure that something that is brought to the attention of everyone in the room, and plus our board members. Again, it's not lowering standards. What it is giving our students the opportunity to take the other electives that they may want to take and some other electives that they may not want to take at this point. But all of them point towards overall high expectations for our kids, because there's no class that's going to be like, come in here and let's do bad in. Not a class, whether it's 26, whether it's 22, or whether it's, I think I saw a 28 on there. There's no teacher that's going to say, come into this class and let's do the absolute worst job we can. And so no matter what class it is, I believe that our expectations are still high. And I believe that this opportunity for us does not bode less. What it does is it actually allows us to look at this a little bit differently. And so that's just my commentary. Again, thank you, board, for sharing your commentary as well. Mr. Hankins, we definitely heard your thoughts. Mrs. Miller, we heard your thoughts, and of course, thank you to Mr. Schneider, who's watching from abroad.
All right, thank you so much. I did see, Ms. Martek, to your point, that there was a recommended action, but since this is not the policy committee, and it was your understanding that this was just for you to get some feedback. So I don't think any action's required then. That would be my understanding. But I really appreciate you taking the time to kind of give us this overview. It's definitely a lot to think about. And I guess, did you have anything else that you needed clarification from us?
I don't think so. I mean, I know Greg Schneider's the chair of this committee, so he may have a better understanding, and Mr. Hankins actually serves on both committees, so he might have a better understanding of what we were asked to do, but I'm just here to get feedback, was my understanding at the time.
I believe you are correct. In my conversations with Chairman Nichols, that he wanted to kick it back to TLE, because this is probably up their alley, and get there, let it go through us and then come back to that's my understanding anyways. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just say that I personally, for feedback purposes, support your recommendation. I don't know if Mr. Schneider and Mr. Hankins, if you wanted to weigh in one way or the other for policy committee to consider. Did you want to?
Well, no, I won't support this. You have not made a justification for supporting lowering our standards. Whatever you say it's not, it is. Going from one number to another down, to me, without a good motivation, I just don't see it. So I will not be supporting unless I learn something different. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hankins. Mr. Schneider, did you have anything you wanted to weigh in on?
Yeah, I do support this recommendation to allow students to have more options. So I do support the recommendations.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Schneider. Ms. Moratek, are you all set then?
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much. Thanks for again for the time that you took taken to put all this together for us. That takes us to item 3A, our next meeting date. So the next time this committee will convene will be Tuesday, December 17th. There's not a time listed, but I think it's typically at 5 p.m. With that, is there anything else before we move to adjourn? Okay, would you like to make a motion to adjourn? Yeah.
I'll move to adjourn.
Second.
All right, thank you so much to the committee. All in favor of adjourning at, let me just double check the time, 5:54 p.m., please say aye.
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 Aye. All right, thank you so much. And I think our regular board meeting will begin at 6 p.m. Thank you all so much.
Good evening, everyone. We'll be starting in just a minute once we get some technology figured out here.
Test.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. It is 6:05. I will call to order tonight's regular board meeting, Tuesday, November 19th. Donna, Ms. Dooley, may we please get a roll call, please?
Yes, you may. I'll start with Mr. Snyder since he's not in the room. So Greg Schneider. And okay, I'm not sure if he's still with us or not. Amy Levy.
Here.
Brian Nichols.
Here.
Brian Anderson.
Here.
Tom Hankins.
Here.
Megan Miller.
Present.
And Tia Johnson.
Present.
The roll reflects that Greg Schneider is absent.
Thank you. May I get an approval of tonight's agenda?
So moved.
Second.
I believe that was Amy Levy who moved and Megan Miller who seconded. Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Tonight, for tonight's Pledge of Allegiance, we have the honor of having the Principal Fonda Lewis from Gaston Elementary here to introduce two students.
Good evening. I have two Gaston Bandits here, fifth graders. I have Jalen. Jalen likes reading and writing. And we have Jair, and he says he likes social studies and lunch. All right, go ahead, guys. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Tonight's board president's report. On November 6th, the board held a welcome and introduction for Dr. Kim Earhart, the board consultant. Dr. Earhart introduced us to the 9 principles developed by Quint Studer. Personally, this is a direction for an improvement mindset and accelerating excellence that I think is spot on for the school district of Beloit. A phone conference has been arranged by Dr. Earhart to talk further with Dr. Garrison and Mr. Studer and myself tomorrow. Mr. Studer has expressed interest in assisting us if we decide to go to a referendum. On November 7th, the board held a legislative meeting in which Wisconsin State Senator Mark Spreitzer and State Representative Clinton Anderson listened to some concerns and hopes for the future of education in Beloit and Wisconsin. Legislative concerns are statewide and focus on 4 important areas: declining enrollment, unfunded and underfunded mandates, mental health, and referendum rates. A primary point was that school district spending is driven by student need, however, school funding is not. A huge thank you to Board Member Miller for doing an outstanding job with organizing this event. On November 9th, Todd Elementary hosted a bike rodeo. It was fair weather for all the children and volunteers who came out to learn and practice riding bikes. Thank you to Todd Principal Sam Carnes and Rick Barter for their efforts to help youth learn this important skill. November 11th, I attended the WASB Regional Online Meeting discussing sustaining success navigating board changes. Executive Director Dan Rossmiller stated more attention needs to be paid on how we fund schools, and there needs to be more transparency. Other key points made throughout that discussion were that we all make mistakes, and as board members, we need to make impactful changes. Know what your why is. Know what your vision is. Focus on your purpose and your passion. We also discussed the 2025 WASB Convention. Information, speakers, and topics were all discussed and shared. Recently, I was concerned about some of the community feedback regarding Merrill Elementary. I visited the school twice last week and had the pleasure of seeing students play, learn, and sing. I got to practice some of my Spanish with family advocate Ms. Cacique. Gracias. There are several wonderful things happening at Merrill Elementary, but there are areas for improvement. These concerns are not going unaddressed. Please understand, we all want to provide the best education and student services for all of our students, including all of the students at Merrill. We are in difficult times where finding professional educators, paraeducators, and pupil services staff is challenging. But we are not giving up. We're not ignoring the issues, and we're not returning to any antiquated, regressive laws or systems to solve these problems. The school district of Beloit can and will improve, but that will require all of us working together with the best interest of our students, all of our students, and their future in our heart and as our focus. We are preparing for the next Community District Table Talks event, where we are looking to community members for their input regarding our district goals, ideas on referendum, and suggestions to make improvements to the school district of Beloit overall. We hope to see you there at the Beloit Public Library this Thursday, November 21st at 6:15. And a huge congratulations to Dr. Garrison. Woohoo! You've started your third year with us. This concludes my report. Thank you. Upcoming events and announcements. Do we have any tonight?
Not that I'm aware of, except to tell Dr. Garrison happy birthday.
We
Or anniversary, sorry.
Sure. We did have a few announcements, and my apologies. They should be on your table. Can you see up on your notes there?
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yes, I do.
No
Sorry
problem,
about
no
that,
problem.
guys. Announcements November 19th. Join us at the BMHX Expo tomorrow from 5 to 7. You can learn more about our high school. Visit hundreds of community partners and college, university booths, and experience several creative performances by our students. Number 2, you are invited to our Board of Education community-wide table talks. Thursday, November 21st at the Beloit Library at 6:15. The event is designed to foster two-way communication, promote partnership, gather feedback, enhance understanding, and build trust. Come and share your thoughts with us. Number 3, BMHS senior Anae Arroyo was selected to sing the national anthem at the commissioning of the USS Beloit on Saturday, November 23rd.
Very cool.
We are so honored and proud of Naya and her selection. Number 4, lastly, we'd like to wish everyone a safe and enjoyable holiday break. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hankins. Next up, we have recognitions. Tonight, Teresa Moratek will present the recognition to Cindy Laube.
Good evening. I should have chatted with you beforehand. I didn't see you in this group of people. How wonderful that all of these people are here too. So this is, I know, right? This is great. I have to tell you that I'm going to go off script for 30 seconds and I'm going to go back on script. There are people in communities that are matriarchs, and Cindy is one of them. And I've gotten to know her over the years, and I was so moved this year when we decided to make that leap and move Even Start to the Cunningham building in Cindy's leadership and all of that. On top of that, going through some, and we're not going to go there today, but going through some personal things in her life that were incredibly challenging, and just to be able to hold steady and to be that matriarch and really be this committed to the work when she was experiencing a significant loss in her family. And so it just I remember coming out there and seeing you and us just talking, and I just had to come see you and let you know how admirable that was. And I'm not going to go there, I told you, but I just wanted you to know from the bottom of my heart that you really are instrumental in that program. And it is a program that this district has believed in for a long time. And it's brought a lot of benefit and assets to everyone, so thank you. So now I'll read on the script. We are thrilled to honor Cindy Laube for her remarkable dedication and service as the Even Start coordinator over the years. Her tireless efforts have not only transformed the Even Start program, but have also made a profound impact on our community, particularly in fostering meaningful connections with our Hispanic families. Through her work, Cindy has been instrumental in building bridges between families and schools, ensuring that parents feel heard, supported, and valued. Very true. Her ability to connect with our families and offer resources and guidance has been a cornerstone of the program's success, helping to close educational gaps and provide a pathway for greater opportunities. What sets Cindy apart is her deep commitment to celebrating culture and promoting understanding. She has worked tirelessly to share in and honor the rich cultural heritage of our diverse community, building an environment of mutual respect and collaboration. Her work not only empowered families, but has also enriched our community as a whole, strengthening the bonds that tie us together. Her legacy as a connector, a mentor, and a cultural advocate is evident in the lives she has touched. We are deeply grateful for Ms. Laube's exceptional leadership, passion, unwavering dedication to the families she serves. Her work continues to inspire and uplift, leaving a lasting impact on everyone fortunate enough to work with her. Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate this. My career with the School District of Beloit has absolutely been incredible and amazing. And one of the best things that they ever did was ask me to go teach kindergarten at Even Start many decades ago. And I had never heard of Even Start, so I took a leap of faith and said, sure, I'll go, which was clearly the best thing that could have happened to me because I fell in love with the program, the families, the whole concept of family literacy, and it truly is my passion. So I thank you for everything.
Thank you, Ms. Laube. Thank you, Dr. Garrison and Teresa as well. Public comment. Ms. Dooley, do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do.
Okay,
We have,
I will read the norm.
there's about 5 in the room and 1 email.
Okay. Members of the public are welcome to attend all open meetings of the Board of Education. Individuals attending board meetings are expected to conduct themselves in a respectful and courteous manner that models appropriate behavior for our students. Individuals wishing to comment are expected to comply with the norms found on the back of your comment cards and in Board Policy 187, public participation at board meetings. We ask that each of you contribute to maintaining a respectful and orderly meeting and prevent discussing confidential matters in a public forum by following these norms for public comments during board meetings. Thank you for your participation and courtesy. Ms. Dooley, who is our first speaker tonight?
Our first speaker is Willow. Can you just make sure the mic is on?
Is this better? Okay. Hello, my name is Willow Wallace. I am reaching out today to voice my concern regarding the inequitable treatment of the Merrill Elementary School. I encourage the school board to to reverse their decision on hiring a dean of students and instead seek to hire an assistant principal promptly. Additionally, in order to provide an equitable education for the students of Merrill Elementary, I strongly recommend the school board unfreezes the following positions and instead prioritizes the hiring for counseling, intervention, math, and library media. Now, with the wider lens to the whole school district, I would like to call attention to Code 445 on student interviews and Code 446 on student searches, both of which are included in the consent agenda for today. Regarding Code 445, I'm extremely uncomfortable with the proposed changes that give law enforcement more access to the children in our school district. This policy would allow law enforcement to interview school children without notification of their parents and without a guaranteed school personnel present with the child during the interview. The policy then includes the caveat that any student has a right to decline to participate in an interview or answer specific questions. If we deny the opportunity to consult the parents and allow for cases where there is no school personnel present with the child during the interview, how can we possibly expect the child to advocate for their rights? In regards to Code 446, the policy states that all school administrators carrying out search and seizure are expected to be knowledgeable about the constitutional rights of the students and the appropriate procedures for conducting the search or seizure. Who is going to be educating the school administrators on constitutional law? I'm concerned about the whole of this policy, and I encourage others to read it through as well. I believe that both Code 445 and 446 deserve increased oversight and thoughtful input, particularly from communities that are historically and systematically targeted by increased policing and discriminatory practices. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Dooley?
Next, we have Ms. Dorothy with Saritha, yielding 3 minutes to her.
Good evening. Before I begin my remarks, I just want to give a shout out to Cindy because we taught together for many years, and she is an excellent teacher and a wonderful individual. So congratulations, Cindy.
Thank you.
Good evening. Let me first introduce myself. My name is Dorothy Harrell. I'm a graduate of Beloit Memorial High School. I taught in this district for almost 20 years, and I retired as the Director of Constituent Relations at the National Education Association, a labor union that represents teachers and education support professionals. I stand here today, though, for you as an officer of the State Conference of Branches and AACP and our local branch. We are the oldest civil rights organization in the world, and Beloit is the oldest branch in the state of Wisconsin. I say this to give you some context for the remarks that will follow, and to help you and others understand that as an organization, we have not, we are not, and we will not serve as a mouthpiece for anyone, this board included, be it Tia Johnson, Megan Miller, Greg Schneider, or others. That is not who the NAACP is, and we don't need to be. We are educated, informed individuals able to understand, discuss, and hear issues and make a decision, pro or con, on how we want to proceed. The NAACP has always chosen a strategy of legal and legislative interventions to challenge discriminatory practices and policies. We're the organization that brought forward Brown versus the Board of Education that dismantled segregation in public schools. We're also the organization that brought forward Allen versus the County School Board and Griffin versus the County School Board that ended desegregation in Virginia, a state that refused to want to integrate their schools. So this is the procedure that the NAACP has always followed. With that being said, I will now read the statement that has been submitted by our education chairperson, who is a licensed special ed teacher but is out of town attending an educational conference. We are writing to express our strong support for Pastor Kenda Roman, her call to action, advocating for equitable outcomes for students, staff, and families. Her leadership has brought critical issues to light, including the urgent need to fill essential positions such as assistant principals, counselors, interventionists, school psychologists, and to address ongoing challenges of equity that exist at Merrill Elementary School. Merrill is one of the buildings I taught at for 10 years. Pastor Roman's commitment to fostering equity and addressing systemic barriers reflects her deep dedication to the well-being and success of all students. The NAACP Education Committee fully supports her efforts and shares her vision for meaningful, lasting change. What she has said and is doing is in alignment with what our organization adopted at their conference this past summer in Las Vegas as their 2024 education resolutions. So what she is doing aligns with the NAACP, which emphasizes actionable steps to close educational gaps and advance equity. Some of those issues are establishing evidence-based professional education systems by adopting evidence-based practices, implementing consistent research-supported educational methods to improve student outcomes, culturally relevant instruction, focused support for Black students and addressing disparities while ensuring benefits extend to all learners, accountability and monitoring, regular assessments and professional development to align practices with evidence-based standards, addressing teacher shortages and burnout, real issues here and everywhere, livable wages for educators. You need to know that the average salary in Wisconsin for teachers ranks 35th in the nation, and it is below the national average for teacher salaries. We are also advocating upholding the right to read, culturally responsive practices, promoting instructional methods addressing culture and linguistic factors that influence learning and reading proficiency, policies to align with research, advocate for research-backed literacy practices tailored to meet the unique needs of all marginalized learners. Our Education Committee's call to action: update and align job descriptions. Reassess and align job descriptions for reading specialist interventionists with the Act 20 requirements, ensuring full-time in-building support that directly contributes to measurable improvements in literacy. Ensure equitable access for students with IEPs. Guarantee that students with IEPs have equal access to reading specialists and interventionists as required by the Wisconsin DPI, fostering compliance and equity for all learners. Creating safe and inclusive learning environments. Create classrooms where students can thrive without disruption that impede learning and diminish opportunities. This includes establishing clear policies and providing staff with resources, support, and professional development. I just want to add at this point that one of the last activities I worked on at the NEA was trying to work with colleges and universities who no longer have as part of their curriculum classroom management as part of education requirements for people going into teaching. We feel it's something that's required and needed and would be very helpful to our current educators as well as any future educators. In conclusion, we strongly support Pastor Roman's advocacy and remain committed to amplifying her call for equitable outcomes for all students, staff, and families. We encourage the district to prioritize these critical steps to ensure that all students have equitable access to quality education. I see on your agenda tonight that you have a vote to rescind an agenda item related to Merrill School, and I would just like to say that probably very good intent when the vote was taken. But there is a psychological concept called intent versus impact. Your intent may have been good, but your impact was to create what seems like a disparity for other students and within this district, and that is not good. So I don't question your goodwill, but I want you to understand that the outcome is not maybe what you intended. So thank you for your attention, and I will see you on Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harrell. For everyone here, I would like to make a clarifying statement. Apparently, some think that some positions are frozen at Merrill Elementary. The position of the psychologist, the library media paraeducator, the interventionist are not frozen. We are actively trying to recruit and hire for those positions. Thank you. Next, Ms. Dooley.
Next, we have Paquita in the room?
Hello, my name is Paquita Purnell. I'm the owner of Blessed Divine Creations, and I'm the committee lead for Black Women in Business Beloit. And I come today to give comments and to stand in solidarity with Pastor Kenda Roman. And we agree with her comments in her editorial, so I'm going to read those. I'm speaking up with a heavy heart today. The Beloit Board of Education has neglected Merrill Elementary, a school serving mostly Black and brown students, by refusing to provide an assistant principal and instead hiring a dean of students, a role that is all too often resembles a correctional officer rather than an educational leader. We see what's happening here. It's time for us as Black and brown community to say enough. We have eyes on the Beloit School Board, but those are blue, gray, and green. We need brown and Black eyes on the Beloit School Board, advocating for our children and ensuring equity in their education. I am disheartened and deeply disappointed that this kind of treatment is being done to our kids. They have poured $100K into an executive director of communications, yet where's the investment in the education of our children of color? This isn't right. Our Black and brown children deserve equity, and instead, Merrill faces cuts. Essential roles in counseling, intervention, math support are now limited or frozen. Merrill does not even have a library media person impacting the teacher's prep time and students' learning. This feels like modern-day Jim Crow, a system dressed up to look fair but designed to keep our Black and brown children on the sidelines. It is time to demand accountability. Let's ensure Black and brown voices are heard. The board is supposed to represent our children, and that includes the voices, the dreams, and the future of our Black and brown students. Pastor Kenda Roman, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dooley?
Next, we have Anthony.
I would like to, my name is Anthony Culver, just to introduce myself. I'm a graduate of Beloit Memorial High School, 2012. Beloit is my home city. Huge heart for Beloit, just families, children as well. I'd like to invite up Amy Levy. I have some papers for you alongside the board if you would grab these by chance. Just so you have copies. So like I said, I grew up in Beloit. Beloit is my home city, graduated from Beloit Memorial. I'm here tonight to present an opportunity to be able to bring a mental health assembly to Beloit Memorial High School. And more so potentially to some of even our middle schools as well. This opportunity is called Youth Alive. On the packet that you guys are receiving that you can share between the board, there's a guy named Terrence Talley that he just, as you see there in your packet, the heart of Youth Alive is to bring an assembly that talks a lot about mental health, resilience, and empathy. And the focus they have is students living better. But I even branch it out further where it's not just for students, but it's for the teachers that are in the room. It's for the administration that's in the room. It's for the board. And so when we all can live better, the world's better when it comes to our mental health, when it comes to having empathy and resilience as well. So in that packet there, you can see that you can get a good picture of who Terrence is. He has spoken to over 100,000 students here in Wisconsin alone. That doesn't count Michigan and other areas as well. Like all assemblies, there is a cost, but I believe that the investment is worth the importance of the mental health of our students, our teachers, and our administration, and what it will do for that. Terrence Talley, his schedule is as open as spring of 2025. And so the goal is that if we can get this to the platform, starting at Beloit Memorial, but obviously there's a few other schools that are in our district as well that could benefit from some of this. Just real quick, and I'll kind of close with this as we have one other person that's going to share similar of this, is the vision is we want to see people live better. And I think we can all agree that mental health is a real issue, and it's a real thing. And that's my heart as someone that grew up in Beloit, that's lived in Beloit, that currently works in Beloit, and my family and my kids, is to see our students, the adults that are here as well, live better and know how to handle their mental health and things like that in a good way. And so our goal, like always, is to work alongside the district, right? And to help you guys, because the cool thing about this program with Youth Alive, it's not just a one-day thing, right? It's not just a one-day assembly. They actually have tools to make it where the district or the principals can actually make this a long-term thing, like a journey for how to kind of work through it and how to get through those things. And so the final thing is, the nice thing about Youth Alive is, on the back page there, the final page, there actually is a website, and there's contact information there if there's interest, and also myself. And then there's always the opportunity for the district or principals to be able to contact other principals in our area in Wisconsin to say, hey, what was the impact of Youth Alive? And how and what did you see happen in your students, your teachers, and your administration? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dooley?
Okay, last speaking in the room is Courtney.
Hello, my name is Courtney Hernandez. I have been working with students in the area for the past 17 years in my role at Christ the Rock Church, Iglesia Cristo La Roca. So I work with a wide variety of students there, and as Anthony shared, there is a message of hope that is needed for our students, the things that they face on a daily basis, the burdens that they deal with. They need that message of hope. They need that message of mental health and what Terrence Talley can bring through Youth Alive. I've personally had the opportunity to be a part of youth rallies that he's done at schools, school assemblies, and in community schools in the area, and have seen the impact. He's great at connecting with students and administration and staff as well to bring that message. And so we're looking forward to having that opportunity to be able to bring him in as not only someone who works with students, but as a parent myself. Not only would I be open to having something like this brought into the school, I would welcome that voice of encouragement speaking into the lives of my students and my own children. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dooley?
Okay, we have one email from Jenny, and I will read it now. Please keep the administrative structure in Merrill Elementary School fair and equitable, the way other elementary schools in this system are run. Please reconsider and do not appoint a dean of students. My grandnieces and nephews are counting on you. And that concludes our announcements. Our
Thank
public
you.
comments, I'm sorry.
Oh, no. Thank you so much, Ms. Dooley. Next up, we have our legislative update. Board Member Miller.
All right, thanks. Good evening. I apologize for being sick. I'll try to make this as quick as possible. So today, I just wanted to provide an update. Board President Johnson, thank you so much for, in your comments, calling attention to the fact that on Thursday the 7th, we had a legislative session with Senator Mark Spreitzer, Representative Clinton Anderson, others were invited, and we actually had a special guest attendee, former Assembly Member Mike Sheridan was there as well, so thanks to Tom for inviting him. A couple things that I wanted to highlight. It was a pretty exciting couple weeks. There's been many years, actually decades, of advocacy from public schools regarding inequitable funding. We heard a little bit today in terms of from our public comment addressing, I think like the word that was used in the editorial had to do with like Jim Crow. And honestly, the funding structures that exist in the state of Wisconsin promote and sustain essentially segregation through low revenue limits, special education funding, and other things. So one thing that was exciting to hear, because it's never been a discussion since I've been a teacher or lived in Wisconsin, was there is now a push from DPI to the state to advocate for just a tremendous shift in how funding is allocated to public schools. So this isn't, and I think Dr. Underly in her comments did a good job, this isn't gonna like fix a problem, but it's like the right first step. And so if this is something that anybody listening at home or in the room supports, I would encourage you to reach out to your lawmakers at the state level and ask them to support this, and to ask the members of the Joint Finance Committee to support these as well. So just a few highlights. This is for the 25-27 biennial budget. The proposal is year one to increase our per pupil funding for all school districts to $425 per pupil, and year two, $437.50 per pupil. Students considered to be economically disadvantaged, which is like determined by free and reduced lunch eligibility, would receive 1.2 FTE, which just means like full-time enrollment. So it's not enough, honestly, to make up that gap, but it's better than nothing. And again, this is like a first step, and this is not something that's been proposed in a very long time. So it's pretty exciting. So there's that piece. Going forward, just to help address some of the sort of systemic equity pieces as well in terms of funding, they're recommending, and this is DPI recommending to Joint Finance Committee and the governor, who ultimately will sign the next budget, that they index the revenue limits to the cost of inflation. So this is something that has not been done since the 2008-2009 school year. So revenue limits went into place in 1993. That's when, with no warning to districts, whatever districts spent that year, they were frozen at that limit, which created huge gaps and has sustained huge gaps across the state of Wisconsin. In the 2008-2009 school year, they stopped indexing the revenue limit stuff like to inflation. So students, per students, what am I trying to say? Like the per pupil revenue has been, like there's a gap in $3,500 per student. So imagine like whatever you were earning in 2008, 2009, like it'd be like taking a pay freeze and then still having to buy groceries like today. So it's been a pretty big disservice to our students, to say the very least. So it was exciting to hear that there's actually some conversation and motivation around indexing that back to inflation. So at least we're even, keeping pace in that way. Another really exciting announcement that Dr. Underly made with her recommendations to the state is she's asking for year one, a 75% reimbursement for special education expenses, which is just, I see somebody clapping back there. That is tremendous. And I remain hopeful that this is a recommendation that our governor will be able to sign into law in the next budget. That's something, again, we have to go to our Joint Finance Committee and advocate for. And year two, the recommendation is to tick that up to 90% reimbursement for special education. So just for context, private schools already receive a 90% reimbursement for special education. Now, I don't want to give anybody who's watching or listening the idea that we are not currently, as a district, fully funding special education. We are federally and, of course, state required, federally by IDEA, to fully fund our highest needs students, which, of course, we absolutely should. Unfortunately, because the state does not give us funding, like Board President Johnson said, we are needs-driven, but we're not funded in a needs-driven way. The money that we spend to meet those needs for our most vulnerable learners comes out of everybody's, it sort of like thins everybody's resources instead of the state actually funding districts to meet those costs. So fully funding special education will benefit all students in the state of Wisconsin. The reason that it's so important that ultimately when this is signed, that we do both things at the state, increase the special education reimbursement and bring up those low revenue limits, is that's actually going to close a funding gap. otherwise, and I don't mean to be cynical, but it is possible that districts then could just take that reimbursement, put it right back into sort of that general fund, and we won't see actual increases, right, to meet the needs of our kids. What Dr. Underly has proposed is actually like funding us in such a way that we would be able not only to be more financially like able to exist. Most public schools in Wisconsin are grappling with some existential issues financially. Sorry, I can't talk. But it also be like money that can be directly spent on meeting the needs of our most vulnerable and highest needs kids, which is just something that we need to do because we are needs driven. Lastly, something that was sort of like a footnote in her announcement, but I find very exciting, is they want to increase funding for our 4K students. So right now we have all day 4K. However, even though those kids get the same all day kind of experience that all of our other kids do, they're only funded at 0.6, so like just under 2/3 per child. So I've had 3 kids go through the school district of Beloit. All 3 of them have gone through 4K. The experience they had with 4K was just as robust and beneficial as the experience that they had in kindergarten. So it's a huge disservice to all students and, of course, programming to not fully fund 4K. So that's very exciting to know that they're actually considering increasing that funding. Something also that I learned in my quest to understand kind of what all the implications are for this is that federally districts are required to provide 3K, but only to students with IEPs, which is good, except that we already know as educators, and somebody spoke earlier in their public comments about research and evidence-based practice, it is not research-based or evidence-based practice to essentially create a self-contained environment for especially 3-year-olds with special needs. It would be great if potentially that funding is increased. Districts then could use that funding to open up 3K to general education students as well, which would create more language-rich environments, allow for more research-based and evidence-based practices in terms of inclusion, which is probably a word you've heard a lot in terms of special education. And we've heard that term because that is what gets us the best results for every child. So I'm really excited. A lot of times people, like, there's kind of this language around like, well, what is the money even really going to do? Like, why throw more money at something? If all of these recommendations were accepted, it would start to make a difference. We're not going to see 30 years, more than 30 years of deficient funding make a difference in 2 years, but I feel very heartened and encouraged that this is currently the conversation. And I just wanted to thank and sort of shout out not only our board, but also our administration has been very vocal in their advocacy, have attended multiple kind of like state level hearings. We've submitted feedback and comments. We've sort of been beating this drum for a long time. Our administration and board has been unanimous and unified in that. And I was just very encouraged that we were able to see a lot of the things that we've been asking for actually enter into a real conversation. So I included in the legislative update, which is a PDF that's attached on the 3rd page there, there's a list of all of the Joint Committee on Finance members. If you click on their names, it takes you to like their email addresses. Not only would I encourage you to reach out to our own lawmakers who vocally and enthusiastically supported really what we had to say that Thursday that we met. But it's also important to reach out not just to the Joint Finance Committee members yourself, but if you have friends, relatives, or people you talk to who live in their specific districts, ask them to reach out because they'll probably be more likely to listen if they're their own constituents, which was advice that we actually received from Senator Spreitzer and Representative Anderson on Thursday the 7th. Lastly, I just the 5th page. Gosh, I did a lot of stuff on here, and then I'm going to wrap up. Sorry. Later on today, we're going to hear a little bit about our state report card. I wanted to bring into our conversation just because this is something I learned just yesterday. In Massachusetts, on the 5th, just this recent election, they had a question on the ballot about the Massachusetts graduation requirement. And the reason I'm bringing that up is that the people who were in like the vote yes for question 2 is what they called it category, were mostly parents and educators who were tired of standardized testing being the conversation instead of student need being the conversation. And so it's not to say that we don't want to have standards for our students, and they're not eliminating standardized testing, they're eliminating how it's being used. The way that in Massachusetts, and arguably the way we use in Wisconsin, standardized testing disproportionately causes harm to our most marginalized learners. It creates a lot of deficit mindset. It takes valuable time that could be used for intervention away and instead forces teachers often to teach to tests. It's not really driven by meeting the individual needs of kids. We're really shaping instructional practice around what a test says we have to do, which, anyway, a lot of opinions on that, but I wanted to share that out. And it is hyperlinked if you want to see their whole summary. It did actually pass that ballot measure in Massachusetts. So I just wanted to bring us into a larger context of the conversation we're about to have about the state report card in terms of sort of like where national opinions are shifting on standardized tests and their role and how we assess not just education, but also how we assess how we want to resource our kids and how we want to spend time in classes. So just wanted to highlight all those things. Does anybody have I know that was a lot, sorry. Does anybody have any questions, thoughts, or feedback? Well, I really want to, again, thank the board and our administration just for the support with the budget advocacy, and we will continue to do so. There will be listening sessions that'll be held around the state, probably starting in March, if anybody wants to go and sort of like add a testimony, and you can certainly reach out to your lawmakers at any time. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Board Member Miller. Next up, we have the district report card. This is the district report card, the 2023-24 DPI annual report card. The purpose of this is to present and update the board on the district report card for the 23-24 school year was released today by the Department of Public Instruction. The presentation includes progress made since the adoption of the strategic plan. Presenting is Dr. Garrison and Teresa Moratek.
Thank you, Board of Education. So tonight we will have a real high-level overview of our district report card. Of course, we are excited to share our district has shown improvement on Wisconsin District State Report Card for 3 consecutive years. I think that deserves a pause because I think sometimes we forget to congratulate our own self. Yeah. Now, I know DPI has changed of course, the way they have looked at our state test, but this progress reflects hard work, dedication, and a commitment to our students, staff, and really the entire community. This year, we have seen an increase in our overall score, making our continued efforts to provide quality education, enhance student achievement, and foster a positive learning environment for all of our students. Our progress in key areas such as student growth, of course, academic achievement, and equity highlights our commitment to meeting the diverse needs of all of our learners. In the midst of this, we have had to navigate many different challenges, and I would like to thank our teaching and learning staff, our staff period, everyone who had anything to do with this work. I would like to say thank you. Now, if I was to try to go through and name everybody, I would be missing out on almost 600 plus employees. So let me just say thank you, because this work is not done in a silo. This work is not done by one individual person. It takes time and dedication for this to actually happen. Now, again, when I first got here, we did see some increase on our report card, but we had no schools that were in the meets category. The second year, we had 1 school in the meets category, and we still saw an increase on our state report card. Now, this year, we saw an increase on our report card again, and we also have seen 4 schools that went into the meets category. And I'm gonna talk about that in a little bit here, but I wanted to make sure that we understand that progress is not just done like overnight. When I first started looking at the school district of Beloit, we had a report card score, and I don't even wanna go into the numbers, but we had a report card score in the 40s, okay? In the 40s. And over time, since we've been here, we've increased that every single year. That is what we call continuous improvement. Are we where we want to be? And people say this all the time. No, we're not. But the opposite of not going in this direction is going in the other direction. All right? I mean, that's just the honest. I don't want to make this sound like we don't understand the concepts. But the opposite of going in the right direction is going in the wrong direction. And it's time for us as a community to understand that we are making these improvements. We are doing the things that we need to do to better the lives of all of our students in our community. And it's going to continuously take all of us pulling in the right direction for us to continue to see this where we've been seeing about 2.5 growth each year, to continue this growth year over year over year. And I am proud to say that since we arrived in this conversation together, we've been able to make those changes. Now, we've had to deal with a lot of stuff, y'all. We have. And when I say y'all, I'm a little country at times, and so sometimes I say all y'all. That's everybody in the room, and y'all is like, anyway. But please understand that it has taken all of us to pull this thing together. And we are not there. We've had to have some serious conversations around our budgets. And just like we see the room full tonight, we need to see this same room full at the polls. Because we cannot continue to work like this. Cutting staff over and over. We had to cut 18 plus some. No, it's okay. So we've had to cut $22 million. I don't care what anybody in this room say. That's a lot of money. I don't have $22 million. That's a lot of money. We had to cut that much in our staff, in our staffing, in this conversation. That's a lot, y'all. That's a lot. It's a lot to bear on anybody. And as your district administrator, and I told y'all when I got here that I don't mind showing my emotion, because being vulnerable is actually a sign of strength. I mean, that's what it really is. We have got to figure this out. Now, you can take a moment and point to the person next to you. Go ahead and do that. Point to the person next to you. Go ahead. Go ahead. All right. We all got to figure this out. We all got to figure this out. We all got to pull it together. And I know we can do that. I know we can do that. Now, I also made a promise to this district that I did not want to run a negative budget. Okay, I made a promise to this district when I came here. I do not like to run negative balances. I don't. And so making these consistent cuts over time has been, just been hard on everybody. It's been hard on my staff. It's been hard on the community. It's been hard on the board. It's been hard on conversations. And we will continue to do what we need to do to get this right. But we do need everybody's support. We do need everybody's support. So no matter what direction we go in the next conversation, we still need your support. It's just that simple. And we don't get it right. Listen, I don't always get it right. And I've made this statement before to everybody in this room. If I was perfect, I can't even say if I was perfect because I don't even know what that sounds like. I'm not perfect. But I do know this. I show up every single day. We do the work every single day. I'm dedicated to this school district and the things that needs to happen, but we can't do this by ourselves. My staff cannot do this by ourselves. We provide so much for this community. That's a fact. We provide so much for this report card is a snapshot on a day. It's a snapshot on a day. That's what it is. Now, I understand that there's learning that happens and build up to that moment. I know it's a standardized test, and across the state, people are looking at it, and so of course there has to have some weight there. And neither can I say that we're going to stop taking the test, because I can't say that. But please understand, this is a snapshot on a day. And to the 4 schools that were able to all of our schools that were able to see growth, thank you. To the 4 schools that were able to see growth, Converse Elementary, Gaston Elementary, Todd Elementary, and Aldrich Middle School, to the 4 schools that actually met state expectations this year, I expect us to meet it again next year. Along with, I guess that's my moment, along with us continuous improvement conversation. So now I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Mortek. She's going to take us through some of the conversations today. But I wanted to make sure I took some time, exactly almost 9 minutes, I'm going to pause the clock because I wasn't supposed to start on my part. I want to take this time to, again, say thank you to everybody who had anything to do with this report card. Of course, all the work that happened in our school district, again, thank you. Thank you. And again, we got somewhere to go, and we still know that's a destination. I do believe our destination, we are still moving in the right direction. So I turn it over to Ms. Morte. Go ahead.
Thank you for your thoughts, Dr. Garrison. So I too want to just thank everyone in the room for all of the work that you do each and every day, whether you're a student, a family member, a staff member, the board, in really hopefully remaining centered on what's the most important thing in this room, which are the children. I always say too that we want to remain data-informed, values-driven. Versus the other way around. And people that have been on this board for a while have heard me say that. Values-driven, data-informed, not the other way around. Otherwise, you can lose sight of a lot of things. So we're going to go through the report card. I am an educator, heart and soul, so I'm going to take this opportunity to do some education a little bit around the context, because to Board Member Miller's point, context is critical when we talk about education. And so I'm going to take a minute to do that. I won't labor it too long because this is my passion, and I know that passions can go long-winded sometimes, so I'm going to do my best here. So I want to paint the picture of where this fits into the context of the strategic plan under the whole child priority area, which is a goal that many of you in this room helped create when we were doing the strategic plan. And in the whole child priority area, we have the goal of meeting expectations on that state report card. And so that's been our work, and also a lot of other things, because to many others' points tonight, the standardized test isn't all that our children are, right? They are a whole lot more. But when we got here in 2019 and 2020, there was no state testing due to the pandemic. First time in 25 years as an educator, we did not do the state test. It's like, wow, you need a pandemic apparently to not do that. And so that's what happened, no test. We were virtual. And then in 2020, academic and behavioral data serves as a baseline for the district. Just like around the country, everybody sunk, right? Years of unfinished teaching and learning, months of unfinished teaching and learning, not years. And what that did in our educational system. During the years of 2020 and 2023, and I'm not going to read all these slides to you, but I think these are important points. Research following COVID demonstrates that school districts across the country with the highest number of students with low economic status were the most affected. Unfinished teaching and learning, along with deficits in social emotional learning and executive functions, the whole child. It was estimated that during this time, students on a national average lost up to 2 years of growth in mathematics, and students lost critical learning and foundational reading skills. And in addition, there were reported increases of mental health needs. Very much familiar. I'm seeing lots of nods from the educators in the room, right? In the context of their teaching and day out and servicing our students. So post-COVID, the last 3 years of recovery has been the work of the School District of Beloit. This presentation hopes to capture the story of overcoming barriers and looking towards the future. So kind of hold on to that space, and then let's just do a little bit of an overview. The report card is a complex algorithm, and it's mainly these 4 areas. Achievement, that's overall just cut scores. Growth, we call that in education value added, so that's how much the students are growing with you over time. There's a target group growth score, which is your lowest performing group, and them tracking over time how they're growing. And then there's the on track to graduation, which I'll get into. There's kind of like 3 little sub-scores that make up that score. They're weighted depending on poverty levels. And so when a school district, I believe it's 65% poverty, you get maximum weight on growth, value added. And so throughout the state, depending on the socioeconomic status of the student body, these weights are applied differently. Then they're averaged and you get your overall score. Okay? These next slides give you a little more information about each of the priority areas. I will not stand here and read that all to you. This is available online, and I'm more than available if anyone wants to reach out. I'm happy to go further. The achievement score, the only thing I want to mention here is that italicized. That's taken directly from the DPI report card guide. That's a nice hyperlink. If anybody wants to just learn more about the report card on their own, you can click on that link and it'll pop up and give you all kinds of information. Basically, a lot of the information I'm speaking on right now comes from that guide because I had to learn myself. But what this talks about is there was kind of some hubbub about the cut scores changing, right? And so what this says is what DPI attempted to do to make it a little more comparable is in the algorithm, they subtracted off a certain amount of points because they knew that when they changed the cut scores, everybody's achievement went up. And then people wanted to say there was sort of this fake growth of achievement. So they wanted to pull that back down to make it more comparable. It's still not an apples to apples comparison, but know that that part of our report card was adjusted just like every other person's or school district's report card across the state. Growth, again, is where you look at, again, what we call value added, and it's that single student's performance over time. This is very powerful for the school district of Beloit. We know that we have kids that come to us in varying needs, and our real focus has been on growth. Every student, no matter where they come to us on that continuum of learning, is expected to grow, whether that's our striving learners or our advanced learners. And so that's really been our focus in growing that because we do have such a diversity of strengths, assets, and also needs in our community. The target group, again, is the students that are performing in the bottom quartile and how their growth looks over time. On Track to Graduation looks at these three things: absenteeism, four-year graduation rates, and then the third grade ELA measure in the eighth grade math. The reason why they look at third grade ELA and eighth grade math is those are considered transition years and oftentimes predictors for future outcomes in students. So it's the third grade ELA and the eighth grade math, we're almost like scored on it double because we get scored in the academic achievement area and then also on track to graduation. In our K-8 schools where we don't have a graduation rate to include, we look at attendance. So attendance and chronic absenteeism are vitally important to the overall score of our report card as well. And you will see towards the end, we have been improving. We have an initiative this year around attendance and absenteeism rates, and we have improved those rates over time, but those are still big pieces that we do need to improve upon because it does affect our overall report card score. Okay, and so then this slide just is a close-up of where we fared on the report card in these four areas. Those are not percentages, they're points. And again, those are like mini algorithms for each of those to get to that points, and then they add them all up and then average them out, and then that's how you get that score. There's other pages in the report card that will actually give you the proficiency scores, and then you can see those percents. This is what Dr. Garrison was talking about. So back in 2020, that first year right after COVID, our baseline year was also the year that we worked on the strategic plan. We were at the 46.9. So over the last few years here, we've had 3 consecutive gains of getting closer to meeting or exceeding expectations on the state report card. 58 is the threshold for that. So we have a lot of work to do this year to get to that 58. The good news is we're on an uptick. We're not on the downslide, and you're going to see a slide in a minute about what was going on historically with our literacy and where we've been going with that. That looks hopeful. So there are a couple inquiries. Beloit Learning Academy was meeting expectations last year. So when these report cards get published, what happens behind the scenes is they go, okay, districts, here's your report cards. This is in October. We're going to give you a 2-week window to ask any questions you have about your report cards. Then it gets finalized behind the scenes. Then you have another month before it gets goes public. So these are some questions that we asked. What happened with Beloit Learning Academy? On their report card this year, they're missing 2 scores. They're missing the target group outcome and the growth. So I asked that question because it caused them, without not having a full report card, it caused them to go from meeting expectation to fails to meet. Is there anything significantly happening that isn't, up to par or whatever from one year to the next? No, right? Beloit Learning Academy is making improvements and doesn't look drastically different than the last year, but it went from meeting to fails to meet. So I asked the question. And the reason why is because you have to have enough students tested that year to count for the data. And so their actual student group for testing last year was smaller, not enough to be counted within this complex algorithm. So, and then I also asked the question about the elementary schools. So the story behind the elementary schools is they have never had a full report card with grades K through 3, because you can't do a gross score or a target group score when you only have 3rd grade testing. You had to have 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade in the schools. So now that we have that first year reconfiguration, they have 3 out of 4 of the scores. They don't yet have the target group score because that one is tracked over a couple years, 3rd graders, 4th graders, 5th graders. So next year, I believe, will be the first time that our elementary schools have a full report card. So there's been some kind of misconceptions around the success of our elementary schools just for the mere fact that they only went to 3rd grade. And I remember when I got here calling them and saying, your algorithm doesn't work for our configuration. And they said, yeah, we're kind of sorry. This is the algorithm you're stuck with. And so that was unfortunate. But moving on. So these again are the schools. What's nice about this slide is you can see the movement towards progress. Where in 21-22 we had no schools, 5 meeting few, 7 fails to meet. Then you can see that shift, 1, 4, 7. Remember, we only have 2 middle schools now, so that's why we went from 12 to 10. And now we have 4 schools meeting expectations, 4 are few, and then 2 are fails to meet. So the good news in this is we are, again, believe that we're moving in the right direction based on the data.
Sorry, Ms.
Yes, sir.
Mortek, let me pause on that slide real quick. One of the things that we want to remind the community is that, when we're talking about growth and year-over-year concepts, we know that a lot goes into, of course, the report card, but we also want to talk about growth internally. And on our internal metrics that we use in the school district of Beloit, we've seen that growth as well. So we have like ERLA data that speaks to our growth. We have internal benchmarks that speaks to our students getting better. And typically what you see in the school districts is you see internal benchmarks getting better that correlates to the overall state report card, okay? And so one could argue if we didn't see that internal increases that we could probably see those same negative impacts on the state report card. But over time in our school district, we've seen those internal benchmarks become better and better, and that's why I believe we also are seeing over time an increase on our report card. I just want to make sure I put that point in there.
I appreciate that. That's very much so the case. And when you know about assessment, you feel the internal benchmark assessments first before you feel a standardized. And simply that's because it's closer to the learning that the students are actually doing. A standardized test is out of the learning environment, right? It's comprehensive standard. It's not a test on insects, what I learned because I just learned that this week, right? And so that's kind of why best practice talks about what we call triangulation of data. We look at multiple data points to make estimates about where we really are in our progress. It isn't best practice just to look at one single summative assessment. So this slide is, if you may or may not have heard about the cut scores. I won't spend a lot of time on this. I highly recommend you read those hyperlinks. In the world of education where I live, this is very fascinating, but again, I won't spend a ton of time on it. What happened in this state was that the current state superintendent pulled a group of educators across the state. I was very delighted to hear that we actually had educators from Beloit participating to talk about the cut scores and whether we found those cut scores were appropriate or not. And then they worked to come to what they think are better, clearer cut scores in telling where our students are really at. And what I'm coming to call this is the Goldilocks and the Three Bears condition, and I'll explain that to you. We have an assessment across the country that's called NAEP, National Assessment of Education Progress. And before the standards movement, which was around like 2014-ish, Wisconsin had like 80% proficiency rates of reading, let's just say, okay? But then we took the national assessment and we were on the more of like the bottom half of the pack or in the middle of the pack. So the state was like, well, if we're in the middle of the pack compared to all the 50 other states, why are we reporting that 80% of our kids are proficient? We're too easy. We're too low on our cut scores. We got to make them more challenging and harder to be in more competition with the rest of the country in comparison to the states. Are you with me? So Goldilocks, we're too low. So then 2014 was the standards movement. We rolled out the standards, and that link right there, historical context, an article from the journal, is very enlightening. Overnight, with the changing of the cut scores, Wisconsin dropped, and I don't remember all the numbers, from like 80% proficiencies to 40% proficiency in reading. Did the kids forget how to read overnight? No, we simply changed the measure in determining whether or not they were proficient or not. So for the last decade, we've potentially been living in too high, right? Too hot. We were too cold, now we're too hot. Recently, NAEP reflected that actually Wisconsin is up on the top 10. Wow. Well, if we're scoring in the top 10 across the country, why in our local state assessment are we only 40% proficient? We went too much, right? So this reevaluating to get it just right? Our Goldilocks and the Three Bears phenomenon. We're trying not to be too low. We're trying not to be too high. We're trying to settle somewhere to be more in alignment to what the national assessment is showing. And that's what this is, okay? So when we look at the data, and it'll come up, it isn't an apples to apples correlation from school year to school year, but we actually had a rate of change that was higher than the states when you change the cut scores. And I can show you that in a minute. Okay, so that's the backstory to the. It's not we changed the standards. We didn't change the standards. We changed the measurement of the cut scores to try to get them more in alignment and appropriate to how we were shaking out in comparison to the country. So one way that DPI recommended to look at your rate of change with those change in cut scores. So the red box is the rate of the change of the state. So when we changed the cut scores overnight, right, we took the assessment, everybody's scores came out. The red bar demonstrates the rate of change for the state. The blue bar indicates the rate of change for Beloit. So we outpaced the state average with our new cut scores in our rate of change. So remember when I said I'm going to show you the history of what was happening with literacy? Here we are. So back in 2016, and this is where I started, that's where that first blue starts, and then you see the red line up and down, the vertical red line. That's COVID. That's the year we didn't take an assessment. But you can see the trend line before COVID was on a decline in the school district of Beloit in literacy. Lots of things happening during those years, top to bottom, left to right in this district. Also curriculum materials. We had curriculum materials that were grounded in what now Act 20 no longer would acknowledge as appropriate materials, Lucy Calkins. So COVID hit. We can all say we were probably at the lowest performing that us and many others have been, and that's that 10% proficiencies. Over the last 3 years, we've been climbing up with a trend line, and there we are now this year at 22.2%. So we're showing that over time, we are trending up, we are not trending down, and we are exceeded now where we were at in 17, 18, and I'm hopeful that that trend line will continue in a positive way.
Ms. Mortek, can you go back to that slide real quick again?
Yes, I will.
Just real quick, when we're talking about cut scores and we're talking about those lines on the chart here, I just want to make sure that we know our goal has never been to necessarily compare ourselves to different districts. Okay, we will continue to compare ourselves to Beloit, and we continue to look at where we are as a organization. It is important for us to note that to see these year-over-year gains, no matter how you look at them, is a very important measure to where we want to continue to move, okay? So I know back in 2017, Beloit was whatever, 2016, Beloit was whatever, 2014, Beloit was whatever. But now in 2024, 2025, going into this year, right, we are also kind of moving back in that direction to where we were almost 10 years ago, okay, if not moving higher. And so that's a space that we have to continue to remind ourselves that just like it took years for us to, go down the conversation in the report card conversation, it may take years for us to get back up in that conversation. We want to accelerate the conversation. Of course we do. I don't think there's anyone in the room that doesn't want to accelerate our growth, okay? There's no one in this room or in our community that doesn't want to accelerate this growth. We have been able to manage about a 2 point or more growth per year. We would love to see that jump 5 points next year, naturally, because we want to be at 58. We do, okay? But again, what we were missing this year in 6 of our elementary schools was those 3 years running Impact. So we will have a full report card for all of our elementary schools, and we have 6 elementary schools, 2 middle schools, and 1 high school. So one could argue we'll see that level of growth happen if we stay on this measure in which we've been working from, which is consistent, continuous improvement. Okay. Now, me and Ms. Morte can talk about these conversations all the time, and of course my staff and cabinet as well. But what we want to do is consistently see that continuous improvement. And again, next year we will have 6 of our elementary schools with a full report card. So when we move from that K-3 system, we can't state this enough, but back when we moved to the K-3 system, our report card scores did drop down because it was just hard for us to capture growth in our 4-8 spaces. Now, that's not saying that we weren't having growth and that everything was, falling off. But I can tell you that based off of this change that we made 2 years ago, it's going to possibly show us that impact moving into next year, because now we'll have 3 years of consecutive growth. That's why when we made the change, when they talked about 3rd graders just going down the hall, now those 3rd graders are now, guess what grade they're in? They're in the 5th grade, right? And that's 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. This year is a very important year for all of our district.
Thank you. Yes, we're excited about the 22.2, but that certainly isn't our landing spot. We plan to continue to grow that overall academic achievement. 3rd grade, again, remember how that's a marker on our report card. So those are the gains, a 9.8 point gain on proficiencies for the overall 3rd grade scores. Hoping to see that continue because literacy is a passion of mine, and really 3rd grade literacy is. So I would like to see that continue to grow, obviously. Everyone in this room would. This is our grades 3 through 8 across the grade levels. Pre-ACT ELA, grades 9 and 10, we had a 4.1 gain. So here's some goals with literacy, and then we're going to get into math. The current achievement outcome surpasses pre-COVID data in comparison to 2017-18. Coherence of curriculum implementation of high-quality materials and assessments, continuing to work on growing our capacity and high-quality instructional practices. So that's all of our training that we've been doing this year in our learning walks. I just did a presentation at the TLE committee meeting about literacy updates, so talked a great deal about that there. Welcome to go back and watch it tomorrow. Increase in both K-5 and 6 to 8 ELA data grew 6.9 percentage points. Grade 3 reading proficiency grew 9.8 percentage points. This one I'm excited about. 121 more students are now meeting expectation in comparison to last year. 38 more third graders across our district. Growth by 4.1 percentage points in ELA pre-ACT grades 9 and 10. This is our state assessment for math. Again, you can see some of the trend lines there and what was happening. So a bounce back. We did a brand new materials adoption last year. Eureka, that was our year 1 implementation. They, by Ed Reports, are highly rated. Our former curriculum, Go Math, is poorly rated on Ed Reports. So that was an important investment that we were able to use our grant ESSER funding for. 8th grade math, again, remember 3rd grade ELA, 8th grade math you want to look for on that state report card. Here we had 12.5 gains in the first year implementation of our new math curriculum. You'll see a second year slump a little bit. Usually that's how implementation science works. You're kind of off to the races year 1. You got a little bit of a leg year 2, and then if you're doing things right and you stick with it, you see another acceleration year 3. That's usually the pattern on research on implementation science. So we'll see what happens next year. Here's across the grades. I'm excited about that 3rd grade number. I'm getting harder to see by the day here. 29.2% proficient in mathematics in 3rd grade. That's good because we're building that foundation in math. Pre-ACT mathematics, a 0.95 gain. Close to math achievement. The current achievement outcome surpasses pre-COVID data. Overall, the percentage of students meeting and exceeding grade level expectations doubled compared to the previous year. 215 more students are now meeting expectations in comparison to last year, including 42 more 8th graders who are ready for high school math. That's exciting. I talk a lot with the math folks, or the high school folks, about the incoming students and their math achievement and passing algebra and all of those important critical math courses. So I'm excited as we start to see our 8th graders moving towards proficiency and really being prepared for high school mathematics. And then many of the sites, this was also interesting. When you look across specifically in the elementary schools, particularly in Converse and Gaston, they had a lot of growth in showing the number of advanced students in mathematics, which is great to see. There's some theory behind making goals just around building out your advanced versus proficiency. It's the work of Alfred Tatum, talks a lot about that. So I was excited to see some advanced growth. Science, trend line up, 2.9 points. They test that in 4th and 8th grade. And same with social studies, trend line up, growth 4.2 points. Advanced placement courses. This is interesting. The blue line is the trend line of the state. Look what happened. We followed them. When's the dip? We all know, right? Post-COVID year. Everybody dipped. So I'm happy to see that we're following the trend line of the state with, this is the line of a 5-year trend in the percentage of students with a 3 or higher on an advanced placement. So when you take an advanced placement course, you get the 3, then you can get that potential college credit. So we're growing there, kind of in alignment with the state. We'd like to close that gap. But it looks like if I did the math on that, we grew more than the state did this last measure. We're at 50.5% of our students scoring a 3 or higher on their AP exam. So here's some other data points. The growth score, improving over, the green is evidence of improvement. Improving over time, yet still an area of focus for need of improvement. The growth affects our report card score. Overall, the score was 53.7 points in comparison to 48.9 points in the previous year. Absenteeism rates improving over time, yet still an area of focus for need of improvement. Absenteeism affects our report card score. The rate is 40.2% in comparison to 55.9% the previous year. And this one, less is better, right? So we had a very high absenteeism rate coming out of COVID. Bless you. And over 3 years, we are showing progress in that, but that is still a significant area of need of improvement. So we really need to continue to work together as a community with our families and our schools to make sure that kids are getting to school every day on time. Graduation rate. This one is an area of improvement. Our 4-year graduation rate slipped back a little bit. So we do have some work to do there to think about how to graduate more of our students on time in 4 years. Our 7-year cohort is trending up, which is great, but we would like to see students graduate in 4 years, not have that extended time. It does include all of our programs, so that stretch is big, right? All of our alternative programs that are when we work with partnerships in the community and so forth. Work-based learning. This doesn't affect the overall report card score, but it's an exciting figure. We're still around 3 to 1 in comparison to the state. We went from, last year we were 9, and they were 3. This year we're at 22%. Now they jumped 2 because there's a lot of CTE initiatives around the state, but 22%, we went from 9% to 22% of our students having work-based learning opportunities. Another reason to continue to lean into that academy work and the opportunities that we're providing our students. And then dual credit. This is not recorded correctly on the report card. I, of course, was on the phone with DPI, reminding them that this was not reported correctly on the report card. This goes all the way back to 2 years of data, and they do a data pull. They promised me it's going to be accurately recorded next year. And Jeff Stenrus, our director of CTE, is on the phone with them about this a lot because I had some concerns about this. But it doesn't affect the overall score. It's just nice to actually see the numbers there. So I did put that in 23-24, students earned 491 dual credits in our district, which is wonderful. So I have an opportunity for questions and answers. I do want to be mindful of letting folks know that I have additional data here, demographic data, which talks about race and ethnicity breakups, economically disadvantaged. Thank you to President Johnson for this suggestion. So I added some of this additional information here. The only piece that I'm going to say is when you start to look at this is really understand the concept of intersectionality. Our students do not fall into one bucket. So it's hard to just pull out that. It's good conversation. It's good to look at, well, how are our EL students or our students with disabilities doing? You want to look at that, in fact, intentionally to provide equitable opportunities for our students. But for example, I could have a white female student that is also economically disadvantaged and also a special needs student, right? And so there's overlapping there, and that's what intersectionality is. So that's vital when understanding, looking at this data, that it's not just crystal clear, straight demographic groupings. That makes sense to everybody. None of us are one-dimensional in here, right? Okay, questions and answers, please.
Board Member Hankins?
Thank you, Mrs. Mortek. Very complete. Thank you. I have a
You're welcome.
question about state absenteeism.
Yes.
What is that rate? You know, it says
let me
where
grab
we're
my-
at, but
Let me grab my report.
how far
copy.
behind are we?
I'm playing the glasses game. I hope. All right, let me look it up for you. I got it right here. Again, when you look at the report card, it'll be a score of like a 0 to 100 rating. So you got to go to the next page, page 8, and it'll have the absenteeism rates. So the state is 19.8, and we're at 40.2. We went from 48, we jumped to 55 in 21-22, and then now this reports the 22-23 school year, not the 23, and it's down to 40. but the state is 19.8. So that's when I talk about that's a significant need of improvement for us.
And explain to me, how does that help our grade score? I mean,
Sure.
obviously you want all your kids in place.
Because we know that you have to be in school to learn. And so, right, and I don't mean to sound facetious, but so we know that attendance and absenteeism rates have an effect on overall academic achievement. And so when they look at the on track to graduation, that score is in there. And so that's part of the overall calculated score for that point system. And last year, when I called DPI, I had a different set of inquiries about our report cards. He told me, he said, Teresa, your absenteeism score is really hurting you because it's being hit in multiple places on your report card.
So it's like a weighted average that gets thrown in there to drag you down?
Yes.
Okay. Second question, if you may. The advanced AP courses?
Yes.
Why the difference between the state and the district?
Sure, that's a great question. So when our students take AP classes, they have a choice. Well, now I'm including everybody takes it because that no opt-out actually works against students. But they have an option to take an AP test. So I can take the course and I can get a grade. I can also take a test, and then I think it's a range of 0 to 6. And then if you get a 3, it's considered a passing grade, and then the college can potentially accept it for credits earned. So then you don't have to take that class in college and pay for it. So the discrepancy is the number of students that are passing the test. So we might have a student that takes AP chemistry and does all the coursework, right, gets a B in the class, but then when they take the comprehensive exam, that's through the College Board, they didn't score a proficiency rate.
It's just kind of ironic how they mirror each other as you go through the years.
Yeah, it is, because it is. And sometimes you'll find that in other data. I appreciate that you appreciate that, because you'll find those trends when you look at data. And what's telling about that is when the state was dipping, we were dipping, right? And that has a lot to do with the context, what was happening around the state at that time. No matter where you came from, your education was interrupted. Some of us more significantly. Gloria Latson-Billings said something, and I always put it into perspective. I don't know if you know her, but she's a guru in education. And what she said during COVID is that we all have safety. We all have boats. It's just our boats are different sizes during this storm. Very true. So when you think about the context of COVID, what was the size of our boat versus the size of other boats? And that has to do with all of the things, right, that assets and needs that our community has. And so we're following that trend line dipping.
Thank you.
You bet.
Board Member Miller?
Thank you. I'm sorry. Okay, just a couple of things. Wanted to just shout out the dual credit piece. We were just talking about AP. I taught AP European History for 4 years. AP, it can be a great opportunity, but there are a lot of access and inclusion issues with AP. So I just want to take a moment to spotlight dual credit. It's a wonderful opportunity. It's a regular college class. So instead of taking like a one snapshot in time, high-stakes standardized test that determines whether or not a kid gets credit for a college that the college may or may not accept, dual credit is something that I think Beloit School District's done like a really great job on kind of like leading the way and pioneering, because those are classes from like the technical college system. They follow like the same curriculum, and they get an actual like grade on a college transcript. So like when you graduate high school, you can also request a transcript like from Black Hawk Tech. And now I think as of a few years ago, there's like a transfer agreement. So like if you take a class at BTC, it'll transfer, or any technical college, it'll transfer over, right, to UW. So just a quick shout out for that, and it has much better, less disproportionality outcomes, so it's good stuff. Okay, I wanted to also thank you, Ms. Moratek. I heard you say multiple times tonight, I got on the phone and called DPI. And I just really appreciate your advocacy for our students. And Mr. Hankins said earlier, maybe in the committee meeting, about like Beloit is Beloit, right? We're not everywhere else, and we have to have that voice and recognition at the state level. And I really appreciate your leadership in being that voice. So I want to talk a little bit about, just want to reflect back, just a couple of quick things that I heard that I think are important to note, and just maybe some recommendations, some thoughts going forward, since I know later on our agenda we're going to talk about referendum. So just like we were saying earlier, we're needs driven. We want to continue to be kind of needs focused. So another thing I've heard you say often, Ms. Moratek, is like materials matter. I appreciate you referencing ed reports a number of times this evening. They do, and I just want to note, because there's been community conversation about like, how did we spend ESSER dollars and things like that, right? So, the state decided to give 0 spendable dollars to every school district in Wisconsin for the 21, or was it when I'm messing this up? Yeah, no, I'm right, the 21-23 school year. So those ESSER dollars should have been able to be spent on things that would help kind of close those achievement gaps, but unfortunately, that was sort of just our funding because of a choice that the state made, which is unfortunate. But I want to shout out again, our board and administration at the time decided to use those ESSER dollars and prioritize literacy, and not just literacy, biliteracy, because we are a DLI, like dual language immersion district. And so you can see it right on those. I don't know if you can pull that slide back up where you've got the literacy growth. It completely matches with the implementation of the ARC curriculum, which is not just a literacy curriculum that is in line with the current statutory recommendations for the sciences of reading, but also biliteracy as well. So it's much more culturally responsive and inclusive. I also want to shout out too, just as a parent, you talked earlier in the committee meeting about training. One of my parent-teacher conferences that I had a couple years ago, not when it was newly implemented, but from a new teacher, she was talking to me about how, oh yeah, we're able to do this with your daughter because I just got this training. So not only were we able to sort of invest in those materials, but in the training that goes along with those materials, and not just for the first year. And I think that's just so critical, and I just think that's something important that our district is doing that I would like us to continue to do. So again, later when we talk about referendum stuff, we want to fund what's working. So that's why I point that out.
I appreciate that, and I want to say that we know that we want to continue to grow, right? But the idea is that we're growing, and we can have we should celebrate our successes, but then also that keeping our foot on the gas and continuing to do what we're doing is the focus of this team, and it will continue to be that focus.
I really appreciate that. And then just thinking about like ways we can go forward. So our narrative matters. And as teachers, we hear a lot about assets-based feedback or assets-based assessment, assets-based instruction. As a community, we can look at these graphs and these numbers, and we can tell whatever story we want with those numbers and with those graphs. And I just want to, thank you and our administration and our teachers and everybody who helped put this together, as well as our families and their support for helping us tell this assets-based story, like looking at what we are doing well and framing our narrative in that way, because there's a lot of, like you said, Dr. Garrison, Ms. Moratek, like hard work, family support, community support, obviously the work of our teachers, our paraeducators, et cetera, that go into this tremendous growth. And there's going to be a lot of people that want to take these numbers and tell a different story. And I appreciate that you helped build some understanding so we can push back and hold on to that assets-based narrative. Also, though, there's a huge need, and just like Mr. Hankins was saying, our graph kind of follows with the state. Wisconsin continues to be the worst state in the country for our Black and brown kids for achievement, and it's kind of shameful, right? And so, unfortunately, when you look back at those slides, those last ones after the question slides, you'll see right there just the disproportionality in data. So one request that I would have, and I would love your thoughts and insight to help inform our agenda item when we get to the referendum conversation, is what priority areas could we be resourcing better to help cut away and shrink those gaps, right? Those opportunity gaps that we see persist in our data. One thing I wanted to highlight is I know Beloit's got an outstanding equitable multi-level systems of support like model. I don't know if that's something that we continue to build on, or I'm just wondering like what your takeaways were with your team, right? About like what should we be focusing on? And then that's all. Sorry for being long-winded. I appreciate it.
That's really great feedback. And the Teaching, Learning, and Equity and Pupil Services team meets regularly, and so I'll definitely take that back because I agree with you. And, to your point, when NAEP came out and we were achieving, as a state, very high, we also revealed some of the largest racial ethnic gaps in the country. And so that pattern does exist in our state, and it isn't anything that we're trying to bury and hide. We're passionate about that work. It's a lot of the work around our title in that we do. But I agree with you, and I really like that idea of brainstorming how we can lean more into resources to tackle opportunity gaps. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other board members? Following what Board Member Miller was saying, the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel on October 24th, 2022 had an article, and granted it's a couple years old now, but Wisconsin reports the widest score gap between black and white students in the nation. And unfortunately, the state of Wisconsin continues to be the state that is identified as the worst state in the nation for black people to live. And if you look at different metrics for Rock County, we're not helping ourselves any. We need to do better as a state. I have personally spoken to Governor Evers about my concerns with that and suggested that the state actually look at the counties that have the highest demographic of minorities, and that the state decide to put money into those counties to bring up everyone in those counties so that we can rid ourselves of that awful label. I did ask earlier today, would you take one and pass one down, take one, pass one down, Ms. Moratek, for where we ranked in the state. Unfortunately, we are made growth, but we're still at the bottom. Not the geographical bottom. Yeah, we are there, but we're also our overall accountability score is still the lowest in the state. We can do better. We can do better, people. I know we can. For too many years now, even before I was appointed to the board, I came here with my poster board saying, guys, wake up, let's do something, let's do something. That's why I put my name in the hat when this position came open. That's why I ran again. I know we can do better. I mean, if I have to go to my grave saying, wake up, that's what we have to do. Our next item is a discussion about the referendum. I want to know how we're going to spend money so that we can take care of this issue and take care of this issue, because being at the bottom and being the worst place for black people, it's not coincidental. We have to do better. And I think we can, and I hope our board members will be in agreement with me. Not everything is about race, but a lot of things are. And until we address things like improving our academics, improving our rates of pay, our opportunities to recruit people and keep people in the buildings, this isn't going to change. And I know we can do better. And I'm a little bit worried, folks, about the pushback that we're going to get from the public, because although Ms. Moratek did a lovely job with her presentation, a lot of it did do comparisons to previous years. And we need to look at where we are now and how we compare to other school districts. And you can get this off of the DPI website. They've got this on their DPI page, and all you have to do is just do an alignment in that column. If you need some help with Google, that's the one piece of technology I'm good with. Locally, if you look at some of our local school districts, our overall accountability score was 53.1. Janesville was 55.7. Clinton, 64.7. Beloit Turner, 66.6, Parkview, 67.1, and the Lincoln Academy, 67.8. The Lincoln Academy, 67.8. Folks, those are our kids. Our kids are up there doing 67.8, while here we're doing 53.1. Okay? This is going to take all of us. The other day, I visited Merrill Elementary. Our teachers are stressed. They're overworked. They have too many students. Students have a lot of needs. One of the first things I did when I walked into one of the classrooms, I grabbed a broom, a dustpan, some paper towels, and some water so I could clean up a mess off the floor. We need help, and if I sound desperate, we are, and we need to be doing more. And it's time that we hold all of us at this podium, hold all of our administrators accountable. There's no more excuse for this. I'm sorry, are there any other board members that would like to make any Go ahead, Mr. Hankins.
Thank you so much. Ms. Mortek, you know, we go back 10 minutes or so ago that in comparing, and I'm a firm believer, and as someone said on this dais, I think it was Mrs. Miller, Beloit is Beloit is Beloit. Is there a way to track Beloit from one year to the next and compare ourselves to the year before? Not the state, not Janesville, not Milton, not Turner, not Lincoln Academy. And I don't want you to reinvent the wheel, but if we could have a base, and then so we know as a board how we are improving, Beloit is improving, the district is improving from year to year upwards.
I'm not exactly sure. I might need clarification. I think that's what I just presented. And there was a slide that showed the over the years. And again, I just need clarification on what you mean by that, Mr. Hankins.
Are you comparing Beloit to Beloit?
Yes, this presentation was Beloit year after year.
I apologize. I apologize.
No, that's no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, and then I will.
We're comparing ourselves with like states and stuff.
Okay, and I just want to clarify, I do think that we have a lot of work to do, so I certainly was not trying to present that I don't think that. It is why I come to work every day. But I wanted to also ask Dr. Garrison if I could see a copy of that, because we did start to put that together. And bottom, we are in the lower tier, but we are not the lowest performing district in the state. So I just wanted to clarify that based on what my admin assistant was putting together today. I'll share that document with you as well.
Thank you. Tom, I appreciate your question, or I'm sorry, Board Member Hankins, I appreciate your question. My concern with this is because of the changes in how DPI has looked at their data, we can compare ourselves to the past, but is that a good idea? On October 8th, last month, DPI released a news release, and their second paragraph says, scale scores for ELA and mathematics for 2023, the 2024 school year cannot be directly compared to prior years as required revisions to the target design and scale took place this past year. These results are the first year of a new trend when comparing student performance in future years. So if DPI is telling us don't compare it to previous years, I think a better view would be comparing ourselves to how are other school districts doing? How are urban school districts that have roughly 5,000 students doing? How are they doing? How are other school districts that look like ours doing? And we can do those comparables. Of course, this data was just released today, so it's going to take a little bit of time playing around with. I am with Excel, but there are like hundreds of columns. It's kind of scary. So if you want to sit down sometime, maybe over the Thanksgiving break, we can help go over some of those data points for you.
I appreciate that. I was just everybody can look at numbers a different way. As long as we're comparing ourselves to ourselves, I think is a better model for me to actually see. But thank you so much.
question. So let me just make sure we are all on the same page. Our goal is, of course, to continue is continuous improvement. That's our goal. Continuous improvement. We want to continuously get better. There is no district report card exactly the same. There isn't. There's no state report card, no district report card that is exactly the same and or weighted the same. And so I think that's something else that just needs to be noted in this conversation. What Beloit has as it pertains to how we're rated, how we are rated, is different than how a different school district is rated, regardless of if they have 5,000 or 4,500. Our district is weighted differently because of our own context, which is, many different factors. And so I just want to make sure I put that as a note, not to say, one is right or one is wrong, but that is a note that we just need to make sure that we all are saying that there's no one report card the same, okay? Again, there are scores that we are missing on our report card based off of our configuration. And I do believe that some of that's going to change over time, but again, there's no one report card the same based off of the differences of every school district's context. And so that's something that we just need to know, and I just want to make sure I just put that information in the room. Thank you.
The only thing I would add to, and I will share that Excel spreadsheet that after you had asked for it and I said I'd try to get to you, my admin started to work on it. So I will get that sheet to you so that you can look at all of the districts. But I did also want to note that some of those school districts around here actually went back. Some of them that you mentioned lost, their report card score went backwards, where ours went forward. And so I agree with you, Mr. Hankins, that our focus is on continuous improvement and celebrating on those small gains. Anybody that reads a book about school improvement talks about the importance of lifting up small gains along the way. And it's okay to ride a sense of urgency that we do need to get better, but we have to recognize the improvements along the way. We have a lot of people that are working hard in classrooms and students that are working hard in classrooms, and they carry this burden, unfortunately, with them too much. And how are we supporting each other through this work? And again, I cannot stress the importance of honoring celebrations along the way with still a sense of urgency of we're not there yet, right? That's a growth mindset. We're not there yet. So thank you.
Board Member Miller?
Thank you. Actually, Ms. Moratek, may I ask a clarifying question? I was just looking at slide, I think it's 13, where you've got the new cut scores for the state assessment. What does this mean for SDB when measuring growth? And I want to just address the I guess the lack of apples to apples comparison, right, from the difference in cut scores. I'm going to say some things that I believe that I understand, and I'd like you to correct me because I'm not 100% sure. I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So in the interest of clarifying, the DPI memo, right, that we just referenced, it was like that 2-pager that Dr. Underley sent out, it was in October. Okay, so she talks about how essentially because of what you explained about NAEP, the goalposts moved really far ahead, right? So not that that's a bad thing. It's great to have high expectations. But what we were communicating to our communities from the state report card was that the way, like best possible, like above and beyond 110% extra credit measure was the proficient measure. And they went back and said, oops, just kidding. We put the goalpost too far. We got to bring it back. And that was what that adjustment was. But it looks like on slide 13 that when they figured that adjustment, our rate of change was higher than the state. So I just want to make sure I'm not misrepresenting. If I understand that correctly, when they brought the goalpost where it should have been, Beloit's scores increased at a growth rate that went higher than the state average, meaning that if we were going to compare ourselves, right, like we're actually growing more despite having had to cut like more than $20 million in dealing kind of with the issues that we have. Am I correct in that understanding?
That's exactly right. So the goalpost is the same as my Goldilocks and the Three Bears phenomenon, right? So we're trying to be just right in alignment to NAEP. And when we did that, and everybody's scores increased just by default of changing cut scores, there's also growth in there that had we not changed the cut scores, we also would have grown. And it's difficult to tease out, well, what would we have naturally done had we not changed the cut scores, and what did we do as a result, right? There's a mix-up in there. And so the way that they recommended comparing that is by rate of change. When we did that change, the state rate changed this much, so compare well, we went this much, right? Now, we have low proficiency scores, so it allowed that rate of change to be greater to some regard, but we outpaced the state by far, almost twice or three times as much with that, because we were having growth already. Does that make sense?
It does. And so I guess I just want to, as we're talking about, I don't want to be disingenuous in communicating, so I just want to clarify in the interest of communication. Do we have like a lot of, so we have disproportionality in data. That's like a huge target area of improvement. Absolutely. But it's not accurate to say that we don't have something to celebrate in this growth, because even though like the numbers themselves changed, our rate of growth was higher than most of the state.
Right.
I don't want to say anything that's inaccurate or is
No, and we could predict that if you kept everything the same and you never changed the cut scores, we were already trending up and our internal benchmarks were demonstrating growth. So there's a likelihood there that we would have grown. We don't know how much we would have grown, and that's why you look at the rate of change.
Right. So nobody's saying, "Cool, we're done now. We got our Disney ending, and everybody's fine."
Absolutely not.
Right. Okay. And I don't want to be I don't want people to take what I'm saying in that way. Right. But at the same time, like, I want us to be honest about like what we are actually doing well, so that we can make good decisions about if we go to referendum, and God willing it passes, where we put those dollars, because we want to sustain what is working, and something in there seems to be working, and then we want to target our areas of growth so that we can continue to close those gaps.
I think that's a great strategy, and I appreciate that getting brought up earlier, because I'm all about equitable resourcing. So if we want to talk about how we can equitably resource our EL populations, our special education population, and our Black African American student populations, I think that's a great conversation for us to have, because we do have a priority area of equity and addressing disproportionality. So if we're, as a board and the community, ready to have that conversation about what equitable resourcing can and should look like, I think that's a great idea.
Perfect. And just to kick the dead horse one more time, so I'm not like lying if I go and I go home and I tell my kids tomorrow, like, hey, I went to this board meeting last night. It was great. Guess what I found out? I found out that you guys outpaced the state in growth, and that's something to really celebrate. So keep up the good work. Like, these are honest, accurate statements.
That is correct.
Not lying to make it perfect. Thank you so much for clarifying.
Thank you. Any other board members? Question? Go ahead, Vice President Nichols.
Thank you, Board President Johnson. Mrs. Mortek, could you take the podium again, please? I don't want you to have to yell.
Yes, Mr. Nichols.
Well, first of all, thanks for the report. Yeah,
You're welcome.
We always need to celebrate our wins. I know this is not on the report card. Unfortunately, I don't know how they would even measure that. But let's talk about classroom behavior. So, in your estimation, how much does that affect our report card? Do you have any idea how much that would affect?
I mean, I think what we could really look at is engagement. To what extent are our students engaged in their learning environment? Because when students are engaged in their learning, that obviously can affect their academic and social outcomes. And so my answer to that, I don't want to sound like I'm being ambiguous, but my answer to that is engagement is always critical when considering learning. Right, and I hear in the back, attendance, right? Attendance is another measure of engagement.
Absolutely.
On-task behavior is another measure of engagement. So that's really a piece that, to be honest, when we were, this past year, we did instructional rounds where our principals visited each other's schools. And we went through, it's a protocol called instructional rounds. And the focus of that was to what extent are our students engaged. And it was fun, and I'm going to get it going. They were waiting for me to make the schedule. When we went through each other's schools, they were able to, that's a good thing because principals don't always get into each other's schools. They can, and a principal walks through a school and looks at all kinds of things, the bulletin boards, where the kids are seated, how they do this, where they do this, right? So there's that piece, but then just the lens of engagement. And that was really a piece when Dr. Garrison got here. He said, hey, I want you to think about engagement and what that looks like. So then one of the strategies that we did was to bring the instructional rounds protocol to for culture and leadership, our other priority area, together with the lens of engagement. So we had, we took data on that, and then there's a protocol with that, and then we had debriefing. So to your point, discipline to me falls into that category.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We're sharing a mic here, so. Just a quick comment, just to echo a few things that other people have said. I think, we knew before the report come out we were going to get a number, right? There's this magical 53.1 number, and we're going to be measured against our peer group, the state, the nation, and I think, in my conversations with administration leading up to it, we know we're going to get a number. We know it's not the number we want because it could have been 43 and it had been not as good. It could have been 63 and been better. And this answer is still the same. We're not where we want to be, right? So it's that continuous growth. And I think as we talk in the next topic about referendum, some of the ideas about how do we place those dollars, I think everything we just talked about for an hour tells you, the direction of where we spend those referendum dollars to bring change to the right spots, right? So I think I'm looking forward to that conversation. So, and thank you, Ms. Moratek, for the presentation.
And we will include a new microphone in that referendum request.
Just don't want me to talk.
Any other board members? Okay. Our next item is the referendum. The purpose of this is the administration at the last board meeting with the board members, discussed at the last board meeting with the board members, operational and capital referenda possibilities. The Board of Education will need to determine if they are ready to take action to go on to an operational and/or capital referendum as the administration recommends.
So thank you, President Justin. So one of the things that we've been talking about is the decision or the conversation around whether or not we want to go to operational and/or capital referendum and/or both. The district has had many conversations around our budget. Since I've been here, again, we've had to have conversations where, we've had to cut, the number that we had to cut. I don't want to spend too much time talking about, where we were over the past 2 years, but I can tell you that our budget has changed significantly in our reduction conversation. These reductions have came across the board, and without a referendum in place for the 2025 school year, I can tell you that we'll be right back in these same conversations again. And these conversations are, of course, hard pressed on all of us in the organization, as well as in the school district. Our students and families do deserve us to really have a hard conversation around how do we want to support our overall school district's goals. And when I say that, we talk about student achievement, but we also have to have the funding in order for this to actually work for all of us to keep moving that conversation forward. And so the board has to help in this conversation, and the community has to help in this conversation, and the administration has to help in this conversation, and the families everybody got to help in this conversation. Because there's really only two ways to get money. I know you all have heard me say this. One way is to come to the community and form a referendum. That's one way. to get money into the school district to support the needs that we have in our own school district. And two, it comes from some funding from the state. It's only two ways that we can get it. The school district of Beloit does not have a bank where we can just go and just, pull the lever down and get the money that we need in order to be successful for our school districts to be, to run efficiently. We are in a very, very critical state in the school district of Beloit. We have seen our mill rate overall drop tremendously to the lowest in the state of Wisconsin. I mean, we have $1.92 mill rate, but we are still asked to achieve at the highest level. Okay, we have the mill rate that it is, but we're still asked to have every program that all of us are accustomed to having. We're asked to, continue every single conversation that, from whether it be academics to athletics to extracurriculars to activities, we all want to keep those same things operating, but we are in a critical state now in our district where Dr. Garrison cannot pull a rabbit out of the hat, and our administration cannot pull a rabbit out of the hat, and the board cannot pull a rabbit out of the hat, and the community cannot pull. We all got to figure out what's the best conversation for us to move a referendum forward. It is going to take a lot of us in this space to, to really come together, and whatever it takes, that's what we're going to have to do. Because there's no way that there's no way that having the needs that we do have in our school district duly noted, that we should not be able to say that we're supporting our students at the highest level. Now, across the state, over 80% passed in November, 78% to be exact, 78, yeah. Passed their referendums in November. Operational and capitals referendums. We are in that same conversation. There's some things in our buildings that are at a drastic space, and we have to do something about that. We cannot continue to put, people say Band-Aids over the problem over and over and think that the Band-Aid is going to fix it. We know we have to go get the surgery done so we can actually have the better space for all of our students. And it's the same conversation in operational space. Year-over-year cuts in staff is taking its toll on everybody, and I think we're at that space now where we can't do this again. I can tell you as a board right now that I don't know where another $7 million is going to come from in cuts. I do not have that answer. Whether it's 7, 6, 5, I don't know. We don't have that. We don't have those additional dollars anymore to say, let's cut some more from whatever. So we do need everyone to understand that in order for us to move in the right direction, we do need to move in the direction of an operational and a capital referendum, to be honest with you, to write our conversation in our district moving forward. I've asked the board to consider both operational and capital in this conversation. The how much, we are still working with our Barrett board model. We hope to have that information within the coming weeks as it pertains to what it actually looks like, as it pertains to what our deficit will be next year, because we will have a deficit, okay, because we didn't get any new money. We aren't getting any new money. It's outside of whatever the state gives us in the next biennial budget. What's critical for us to remember, and I'm opening up for conversation at the board level, what's critical for us to remember is 25, and the April 25 is the last election that we can actually go to referendum. And so if we pass the referendum, great. If the referendum is not successful, we won't be able to have another referendum chance until 2026. We can't go again in November. So the reality for us is very clear. We have to consider moving forward with an operational and or capital referendum and or both for the 2025 school year. That is the district's administration's recommendation. And what I'm asking for tonight is to give me the green light to move forward in this conversation. No, we don't have our question yet. No, we won't have that tonight because we're working through that conversation as we speak. No, I will not have the actual number for what we're going to need yet. That's going to come within these coming weeks. We do have a number for what we possibly will need for capital, because we have an EUA study that has given us that. So we do have a lot of information in that specific area based on the capital conversation. But there are some other needs in our capital conversation that we may have to add to that immediate needs as well. And so we can't wait another 2 years. This can't get pushed down the road with a past referendum later. It has to happen. Well, I would hope that it happens. Well, not hope. I do believe we can come together as a complete community and say it's going to happen in the 2025 school year for all of us. And so that's just my oratory from the perspective of kind of what I believe we should be moving forward with. I open the floor for, of course, board conversation. But again, what I'm looking for tonight is the board to tell me to move forward in this conversation so that we can, get going on our possible April referendum opportunities.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. Board Member Levy?
Thank you. I will be very brief. You do not have to convince me that we need a referendum. Thank you. All right, we're just going to work through. I think the conversation is premature without numbers. Because us approving you to move forward to do what without numbers, and then we're just gonna have to come back once the numbers come in. So my perspective is whatever work needs to be done to secure those numbers and bring the scenarios to the board, then I'm more than happy to support moving forward and having a conversation about capital and/or. Do you need me to do something?
Yeah, this mic is on.
Oh.
There you go.
Thank you. Capital and/or operational referendum, but I don't understand what we would be approving tonight if we don't have numbers.
Can I answer that? So just like last year when we gave me the charge to move forward in this space, that's what I'm asking for now from the board as well. I know we don't have numbers, but just like last year, Mrs. Levy, the board gave me the authority to start moving forward with the conversation so we can get the numbers to the board, set up conversations with the community, work with possibly community groups and or later in the conversation, an actual organization so we can start the work that comes with this. If we wait for the numbers, I know that we have to have a question to the board by January. And again, I know I don't have the numbers, but just like last year, the board gave me the authority to move forward with the referendum efforts, and that's what I'm seeking tonight. And I will bring back, of course, like more budgetary conversations as it pertains to what the numbers is and what we possibly will need. And regardless, the board would have to, of course, agree to the question and the number. And everyone at the board level is more than welcome to come to those conversations that we will have to set up moving forward. And so I guess the authority that I'm looking for is for the board to give me the go card to start having these conversations, to reach out to organizations, to start talking with our community, because those are the things that I have to have. And especially if, like you said, I don't have to convince you, but there's 7 board members here. And so hopefully everyone will agree that we need to move forward. I know that's not the best answer, Mrs. Levy, because I don't have a number.
Board President Johnson, may I just ask a question for clarification? Thank you. And I don't want to be difficult. I just don't understand what you would be moving forward to talk to people about if you don't have a number. Like, I don't know what that conversation looks like. And I don't want us to get this wrong. Nobody's perfect, but if I was someone in the community, I wouldn't be interested in having a conversation if you don't have a number to talk to me about and what that impact is, like to my taxes and et cetera, and what is this going to be used for. So I actually don't think it's prudent to start the conversation before we have those baseline things agreed upon as a board. That's just my 2 cents.
Ms. Levy, when I was on the board in 2008, the fall of 2008, the board then gave the then superintendent, Steve McNeil, authority to have conversations with community organizations and groups to get feedback from the community. He had given us a ballpark estimate of $20 million. Through those conversations, he was able to find out that he felt like there was support to go as high as $70 million because just up the road, Janesville had passed a $70 million referendum, and somebody in one of the audience members in one of his events said, "Hey, why are we only asking for 70 million? Maybe we should, or 20 million, maybe we should ask for 70 million because that's what Janesville did." I'm not saying we have to be copycat Janesville, but they did just pass a rather handsome referendum, a couple of them. And I think Dr. Garrison is just asking for us to show our support in giving him the green light to have conversations, and maybe we can ask him in a motion, say, okay, go have these conversations, come back with us at X day or something with your recommendations.
Can I add to that real quick?
If I may,
Oh.
and my only concern, and in the example you just shared, thank you for the context, it was 20 million. You had something to start the conversation with. Are we gonna go have a conversation with the community and say, what's your level of comfort in supporting us? And then once the numbers come back, we find, okay, let's say keep it simple. The community is comfortable with 10 million. Okay, we come back, find out we need 28. I think that this could set us up on the wrong foot if we don't have a baseline to start those and I get things can shift, but I'm not comfortable if we don't have a baseline to start those conversations. That's all.
Thank you, and I'm going to respectfully disagree because I think we have a baseline of where we know what we need, what we are deficit right now. Let's start there and say this is what we need, bare minimum, and that's just my personal opinion. As you know, I think we can start there and see what is the feedback from the community. I think board. Oh, did you have any other questions, Ms. Miller? I mean, Ms. Levy. I see Ms. Miller has her hand up. Go ahead.
Oh, Ms. Levy, are you good? Sorry. Okay. I just, I had a similar question. Thank you for clarifying. So now I have another question. So we already do have at least a rough estimate, right, for the capital referendum because we have that awesome study, and it's like, here's how much everything's going to cost over this many years. So it sounds like, at least for the capital question, Dr. Garrison and his staff could say, here's this document. If we were to ask for a capital referendum to cover our needs for the next X many years, this is kind of the price tag-ish. If we went this many more or this fewer years, here's kind of the price tag-ish. So first, I just want to clarify, is that correct?
That's correct. We know right now that we have at least $10 million of things that we
Right.
need to do right now.
Right.
That's just on the immediate need on the capital side. That's in our EUA study.
Right.
Again, that's on the capital side. Now,
Right.
when I say right now, that's like the further we push it down the road, the more it's going to be.
Right.
All right. Now, that number that's the low end of the do right now number. Okay. Now, that could go anywhere from 10, like the Ms. Levy was saying, as a number, 10 to even $20 million of do right now stuff based off of the EUA study with the numbers. Okay. That's the capital side. I can tell you right now, based off of some preliminary conversations that we're having on the operational side, that number could be anywhere from, $5 to another $8 million from a deficit perspective. Again, I say preliminary because I don't have all the information right now. Okay, I don't have that information from operational space.
No, that's okay. And
But
may
I do.
Oh, no,
but I
please.
do want to make sure you hear the statement around the capital space is about 10 million right now. However, when you look at that whole report, we can still say anywhere from 10 to even 20 million of due right now and just capital stuff. Again, we are unsure around what the operational will be, because that can go anywhere from, again, 5 to 9 or even more than that. But I can tell you we are unsure of that number currently for the operational deficit going into next year. I know Mr. Chady will probably share a little bit about the operational possible deficit, but again, we are unsure of that number. Mr. Chady? I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Garrison. Perhaps to try to reframe what's being asked of the board tonight is really a question of is the board ready for us to begin the planning with regards to one of three options? Option one would just simply be an operational referendum. Focus on that. That's the greatest need within the district. Option two would be repeat the April of '23 referendum where you have an operational question and a capital question. There's pros and cons to that though, right? The capital question may very well pass. The taxpayers may see the wisdom of supporting the infrastructure and making some of the improvement needs within our facilities, but then the operational one may fail. Option three is, I'll call that a hybrid. You know, if we were to do a capital question in April of '25, I don't see it being for an exorbitant amount of money yet. I see the district coming back in November of '26 with kind of a phase two of a capital improvement plan. But if we were to do like a $4, $5, $6 million capital question in April of '25, I don't know that I would advocate that we borrow money over a 10-year period of time and incur interest on that. And, you know, that's just additional taxpayer resources that go to pay the bank when we can take that $4, $5, or $6 million, build it into the operational question, and we can address those capital needs over the summer of '25 and the summer of '26 at once, no interest expense. You know, we don't have the answers as to the how much for the operations yet. We just got our budget model on Friday of last week. I was gone on vacation last week, back yesterday, today, 2 days. I haven't even opened it yet, to be honest with you. I'll probably do that tomorrow. And a lot of what goes into the how much question is, what do we put in for the variables? What does the board want to pay your staff over the next 1, 2, 3, 4 years? Because if you want to say we're not going to pay them anything, well, the deficit amount is much smaller. If you want to say we want to hit the CPI target, the deficit amount's going to grow. If you want to say we haven't hit the CPI target with our staff for the past 2 or more years, we want to hit the CPI target plus 0.5%, the deficit amount grows further. So, you know, there's a lot of assumptions, a lot of estimates, a lot of variables that need to be built into the model. More importantly, if the board desires to have a question or questions on the April of '25 ballot, that decision has to be made no later than January 21st, I believe. That's really 2 months from today. And there's 3 holidays in there that are going to interrupt some of our schedule and planning time. So we don't know the specifics, but I think that the question is, what direction do you want us to plan for?
So I'm just wondering, can I just ask my other question, if that's okay? So with total respect to everything you shared, I'm okay supporting us moving forward for the reasons you delineated, but I also really respect where Board Member Levy is coming from. So in the spirit of kind of addressing, or at least starting to address some of her concerns, some things that just have come to mind in our discussions would it be possible, because it feels like it'd be easy numbers to grab to look at, like, let's say over the last 4 years, how much have we had to pay from Fund 10 to Fund 27 out of the General Fund to Special Education Fund? I think it's around $8 to $10 million per year, right, that we had to sort of off the backs of our kids do something that is federally and should be, right, but federally mandated. I would love if part of that conversation going forward could include those numbers, as well as, like you had mentioned, the CPI piece, you know, kind of reflects what our goals are. And I think too, just looking at what each building has been asked to cut year over year. I know buildings were asked to cut I think it was 10% of their budgets. I don't recall, I think it was last year and the year before, maybe it was 10%, because that has a direct impact on something that Mr. Nichols brought up earlier too, which is just lack of resources, staffing, space, right, for our kids who become dysregulated or end up having some kind of a discipline issue, right? We need staff and we need spaces, right, to address those behaviors. So I know that you can't just be like, oh, well, since you said all that, here's your number. But in the spirit of kind of addressing, like, what are we even asking for? I feel like we could ballpark say we've had to, that's almost $40 million over the last 4 years that we've had to take from Fund 10 to just pay for Fund 27, just special education. Probably 20% of each building's budget, because I'm assuming we didn't just cut like copy paper. I'm sure we cut special education paras or something like that, which is like unacceptable, but it's like where we are. And so if we could just prioritize, I think what the board has all said pretty clearly, like just like the resources to help better address behavior and discipline, our special education, paying staff like a living wage, because every year that we don't do CPI, it amounts to it's a cut, right? So that's also not acceptable. So I just like those are kind of the areas that I would love for when you do come back with hard numbers to focus on, because I think that gets at that kind of equitable discussion that we had, and I think it kind of addresses, I think what I've heard from my colleagues for operational then.
Brian Anderson?
I just say that, I think it's, to me anyway, I'll only speak for myself, that it's fairly obvious that, we just need to give the administration the green light to say, yes, let's consider an operational and a capital referendum. And then they can do their work of saying, hey, here's what we need. Because I think then the job comes, just like Board Member Miller said, here's the cuts, let's look at those numbers. But I think it's also an opportunity to have those community discussions to say, okay, that's what we've cut, but if we're being aspirational to reach our goals, right? So I think that's a big piece of it too, is saying, I don't know what that number's gonna be, and I also think there's, 2 months and 2 days, to Mr. Chidi's point, that is to have the question written, right? And there's gonna be a few discussions that have to happen in between there. Board Member Levy had mentioned in the past, some of this is, I think, workshop worthy, right, to have that conversation. We've only got a few Saturdays with holidays between now and then. I'd be willing to give up a few hours of one of mine to do that. But I think we got to give them the marching orders to say, yep, we want to do both. We don't know what they look like. Go figure it out. Present something. We'll talk it through in a workshop forum and move this forward, because we got 2 months and 2 days.
Of course, now that golf season is over, you can. Board Member Levy, I do want to correct myself. I had mentioned that it was Superintendent Steve McNeely. It was actually Superintendent Milton Thompson was the superintendent at the time. Did you have another statement, Ms. Levy?
Yes, just very briefly, and very brief, because Brian, you took the words out of my mouth. I would be open to having a workshop, because I want to understand what the building's wish list are. We've talked about visioning with keeping student achievement at the heart of what our focus is. What are the dollars we need to significantly impact student achievement? I want to know what the amount is if we're paying everyone in our district at CPI. So I want all of us to get around the table, for the community to come in and be welcome to share. These are the things that we want in our district. And then our finance experts can say, okay, you want this, this, and this. This is the price tag associated with that. Because I think if we do that work on the front end, it's going to help us tell the story of why this referendum is critically needed and how this is going to enhance the educational experience of our children.
Vice President Nichols?
Thank you. Very well said, Mrs. Levy. I agree, and I really, Mr. Chady, I really like the hybrid that you suggested. When you talk about paying less interest, that seems, and I would be for moving forward with giving you guys the green light, but I like that idea just for me personally. I think that's a great idea. But whatever it needs to be, we got to do all the work that Board Member Levy said and everybody else said. Board Member Anderson, we've got to do the work before we get to the question and know that we are on the right road. So
Right, totally in agreement, and I appreciate the direction. You know, the reality is once we start building out the budget model, we'll literally have probably a couple of dozen scenarios. You know, we'll have a scenario that is just we'll have a scenario which is we're going to take this year's budget with no increase and look at what it does next year and what that deficit is. No staff get any increases. Utilities can't go up, transportation can't go up, just physically baseline expenses cast forward what the revenues and what the deficit is, because from there, all of our changes simply grow. So we'll have that as a scenario. You know, we'll have a scenario for an operational question, probably a number of scenarios, different values in the operations. We'll play out what if we do an operation and a capital, kind of that option 2. We'll play out that option 3, that hybrid. What if we take that capital and instead of borrowing a small amount of money over a 10-year period of time and paying that interest unnecessarily, we build it into the operations, collect it over a year, and then, you know, attend to those projects over the next couple of summers. We'll have a lot of scenarios to look at. There's a lot of work to be done in the next 2 months, obviously.
Yes, because we're already over 3.5 months into the school year, and it seems like it just started yesterday. So I understand that.
Board Member Hankins?
Yes, I applaud administration, Dr. Garrison, for bringing this forward. As we all knew and we talked about it, we had to do this in a timely fashion, and I just see this as a nod to give them, admin, the go-ahead to collect this data for them. We're not signing a check or a blank check by any stretch. We're just giving them a nod to invest their time and energy, more so than they probably already have done on this referendum. With the fallback, if it doesn't, I'm going to ask that there's a bad case scenario, so if it doesn't pass. But anyways, let's go with where we're at right now. He's just asking, in my humble opinion, for a nod to keep moving forward and spend his time and energy on a referendum for April. Thank you.
I would entertain a motion, and I will just throw a suggestion out there. A motion to move the April 25 referendum conversation forward at the administrative level. This could include both operational and capital referenda.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Tom Hankins, seconded by Megan Miller. Any discussion? Ms. Levy?
Are these internal discussions to collect the data that we're asking for? Or are these external discussions? We're going to be talking with community partners, et cetera.
I think they're both internal and external, Mrs. Levy. Just as last year, we started with both internal conversations like building out a budget model, looking at what our data says. Of course, me and Mr. Chady has work to do on that. And then, of course, we branched into the community, start asking community conversations, staff conversations. Those are already happening as it pertains to wish lists, and that's the hope is that they're both internal and external, and of course with the board as well. So to answer your questions, all three.
And just for my clarification, like, you don't need, in my opinion, I don't think you need authorization from the board to talk to your staff about a referendum. So I feel like there's a piece that I'm missing.
So, So, you're right. I talk to my staff all the time, but unless the board has to be telling me right now that we want to go to referendum, otherwise the board can come back and say, "Oh, we don't want to go to referendum," and then I just put a lot of effort and time into the conversation with staff, community members, and it's not where the board really wants to go because it's really the board's referendum at the end of the day. It's you all's decision to say, let's move forward with the conversation. So, Ms. Levy, you are right, but this also puts us all in this conversation together, saying that, okay, Dr. Garrison, we're giving you the approval to go move forward with referendum conversations, which also means, in a nutshell, that we're all on the same page about us moving forward with referendum as a board. So I don't want to be put in a space where sorry, my screen paused. I don't want to be put in a space where there's a flip, you know. We're out here having the conversations, moving forward with the conversations, thinking that we're going to move for a referendum, and then the board comes back and say, we don't want to do that. And so that's kind of where this approval comes in.
No, I appreciate that clarification. And my final point is, I don't think the thing, in just my opinion, I don't think the thing that you're looking for tonight sounds like security. We're all on the same page with a referendum. Without those numbers, I mean, we could very well as a board say, yeah, I support a referendum in theory, but then when the numbers come back, ooh, I don't support that number. So that's why I'm not in support of this. Internal, absolutely. I don't think you need our approval to have internal conversations about referendum with your staff. I am not comfortable with having those external conversations when we don't have consensus on a baseline number or a range, because I think that can get us into the situation that, to me, it sounds like you do not want to be put in, which makes sense. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Mr. Hankins, your microphone's on.
Oh.
Okay. Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 5-1. Thank you, Dr. Garrison. That brings us to the item of the Donovan Group referendum planning. This is presented by Dr. Garrison. The purpose is the Donovan Group is a communications marketing firm focused on public education. The firm was founded in 2004 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and serves both the school districts across the country. Dr. Garrison?
So as you all know, we have had departures in our communications department. And that in the communications department, we both have, of course, we had two positions, one being the chief of communications and, of course, our coordinator position have both vacated those seats. What's extremely hard to do is to have referendum conversations with our communications persons in place. And the Donovan Group has worked with districts around us, and most importantly, when I say districts around us, I do mean literally districts around us. Janesville was one of the ones that they worked with. I do believe they worked with Milton as well, and I could be wrong about Milton, so don't quote me on that. But I do know they worked with the school district of Janesville, some districts in Milwaukee as well. Of the 12 districts that they worked with in the referendum conversation, and just this past November, 10 of them were successful in the conversation. Now, we did have a communications department in which did a lot of our referendum work for us, in-house, with the two people that was previously in the position. Now that those two positions are vacated, I do believe it's important for me to solidify a communications department that'll help us over these next 6 months. When I say next 6 months, in the efforts of our referendum. And so solidifying their work is very important because, one, we are, as Mr. Che has mentioned, and as I also have mentioned, a question has to be to the board in writing or to our community by January 21st. And so these communications people, our organization will help us craft these conversations, will help us in the conversations with, community conversations, will help us in the marketing, will help us in getting information to everybody, pamphlets, and the list goes on and on and on. And so that is something that you all have at your fingertips so you can kind of review. I will say that in this space, we really don't have, again, right now as it stands, I really don't have a communications person. We are looking to hire some communications persons, but right now we don't have that in place. And so this is not putting the cart before the horse, but what it is allowing us to say, since we do have a agreement that consensus that we do want to move forward with having a referendum, I need to have a communications person to help me in that conversation. And the Donovan Group, I do believe, will support that conversation. And so I know Mrs. Johnson just stepped out, but that is the the gist of our conversation with the Donovan Group. One more important thing to note is that these organizations, of course, have history in doing referendums. History, years and years of history of working with the referendums. When I first came here, I didn't have that type of help, an organization that focuses solely on referendums. Second year, we didn't have that type of help. I can tell you that we did consult with the Donovan Group and asking them specific questions, but we got in the game kind of late, and they had already booked themselves up for those referendums, and we really couldn't work with them. And so in this space, they have agreed to, look at our conversation as a partner, not just as a, let's pick up the phone and give you a call type of person, but as a partner in the work, which I do believe is very important for us to have all the chips on the table and move this conversation, forward with professionals in this area as well. And so, again, I know we had great information over the previous years, great pamphlets, great flyers, great everything, but this organization specifically focuses on referendum passing and getting information, I shouldn't say referendum pass, they focus on getting information out to the public in a way in which is, like we call it, bite-sizable and understandable for everybody to make an informed decision at the polls when it comes time on April the 1st. So that's the Donovan Group snapshot. The information is in your of course, in the board docs, and I'm willing to take any questions.
Board Member Miller?
I think Board Member Levy was first.
I'm sorry, I had to step out. I have
no,
no
you're
idea who was first, so.
You're totally fine.
So, Ms. Levy, are you ready?
Always. So a couple questions. One, I'm sure this group is great. I looked over, well, let me just be clear. I don't think we have enough information for them to hit the ground running in December. Refer back to all of my previous comments. First question, do you have a ballpark of what our first and second referendum campaigns cost? And my concern is it looks like what is being proposed is an $8,000 a month flat fee. But the italics concerns me. Please note that we do not include costs that will be paid by the district, including printing and postage. Do we have estimates of what those additional costs will be in addition to the $8,000 a month? And is there an option for us to bump this once we have more information and we can fully utilize their services to go from January to April, eliminating, hopefully, that $8,000 fee? But I just want us to understand what the total cost would be. So to recap, what did our last two campaigns cost? And feel free to ballpark it. And two, this is like the base fee, but what are our additional fees that the district would have to absorb?
So our last two campaigns, I'll be honest with you, I don't have the information from our first one, but I can speak to our last one, which did fall in the area between $50,000 and $60,000. That's what it cost us in our last one. Now, again, that's ballparking it, Mrs. Miller. I'm sorry, I'm looking at Mrs. Miller on the screen. Mrs. Levy, that's ballparking it, and I don't have, those exact numbers, but I can get you all those exact numbers accordingly.
No, that's good. Follow-up question, 50 to 60. So that's separate from the personnel needed to do it. So is that $50 to $60 like the printing and the postage?
That was us all in, $50,000 to $60,000 for us to do.
So is it absurd for me to believe that on the high end it was 60, and that's like postage and printing, and so that would be in addition to this 40,000 they're taking to like manage the campaign, not including postage and printing. So is it absurd for me to believe this is a $100,000 bill?
No, it's not. No, we would not be a $100,000 bill at all, because the amount of postings that we do, like how many times we send out mailers, is up to us, right? And so last time we did, I think it was like three mailers that we did to the public, and that did come with a cost. But we will not be at $100,000 for this campaign. That is not where we will be. So,
And I'm gonna
that'll be
zip-
absurd. That'll be absurd of us for that. I will now spend $100,000 on this campaign.
I'm looking at this paper, and I did ask, but I don't think it's absurd because that 50 to 60 number that you gave us didn't include personnel costs. That's separate because they were employed by us.
Correct.
So if the 50 to 60 was printing and postage and the like, they're telling us very clearly that this number does not include those activities. So then we need to add those numbers. So if we spent 50 to 60 and we're asking them to come in to manage the campaign, they're at a 40 start. So I think this could be $100,000. And I'm not saying that's good or bad, but I think I need for us to be on the same page that that's what the number could be if we're voting to move forward.
Well, again, I have to, kindly disagree. I don't think we will be at $100,000 for the work. You can, Mr. Chade, if you want to. I don't think we'll be at $100,000 for the work. Now, I also can't assume how much things will cost as it pertains to how many mailers we think we will need, but I have to disagree with you that we'll be at $100,000 mark for this this campaign. Now, again, I do understand your questions, though. Well, wait. So let me take that back because I see what you're saying now. And I'm sorry because you're asking me a question.
No, we're all in this together
Correct.
because this had, like you said, 3 mailers.
Sure.
I can't imagine us bringing in a group and doing less than 3 mailers. That
Sure.
seems pretty reasonable.
When you
And
add-
that's, I'm sorry, that's the amount that's covered in here.
Sure.
And so again, personnel costs weren't included in what the campaign costs because those are already staff members. So 50 to 60 plus 40, that's 90 to 100.
Correct. I understand what you're saying now. So one could argue with the staffing in place, we were over $100,000 because we had staff here. And yes, that is so it's not absurd for you to think what you're thinking, and I apologize because now I'm catching up with what your thoughts are. If we're looking at an all-in number, sorry, my computer keeps freezing. If we're looking at an all-in number when we're including staffing, we could easily be at over $100,000 because we had staffing included in that space. So it's not absurd to think that, and I apologize for not catching along.
No, you're fine. And I don't want to be misleading.
You're not.
Since the staff was our employees, we're not including that cost. These people are consultants. So if we spent 50 to 60 and this is 40, staff is still not included. That's all.
I would need to look back at the numbers then because I want to make sure we are on the same page too. I don't want to mislead anyone in the thought. That's never what I want to do. So I know Mr. Chady is there. He can correct me if I'm way off in the ballpark number, but please do.
No, great questions, and I think everybody's in the right ballpark with regards to number. It took me a little bit, but as I was sitting back here, I'm thinking to myself, man, I remember an open records request and gathering all this information back in '23. Finally found it. So non-staffing related expenses for the April of '23 referendum were just under $80,000. Now, that included some items that we likely, my impression, likely would not undertake this time around, but that's not for me to decide, right? That's for the board or the committee, whatever, to decide as to what we would all do. But so that included, it looks like 3 postcard mailings, some display print ads, social media stuff, some video, photography, some radio advertising. And then included in that about $80,000 was about $6,500 in legal services from Quarles and Brady. And there was a $5,000 expense to the Donovan Group back in April of '23 as well. Now, great question for the board would ask, how about April of '24? Haven't gotten that open records. Well, maybe we just did, I don't know. So, we'll work on gathering the expenses and identifying that for April of '24. Much like, we can share that with you as well, but certainly something to talk about during a work session, not necessarily the how much or the what, but perhaps how we're going to sell it or educate the public on why the need is what it is. So the thoughts between 60 and 100, pretty spot on based on what I see from April of 23.
Brian Anderson?
Yeah, I think I can see it costing close to the same, maybe even a little bit less as you look at that, because if we're paying this Donovan group 5 months of that salary portion that we're missing and Ms. Christopa not being here, 5 months of salary is probably more than 40,000 when you include benefits and that. So I think it could be, we could have the same level of proficiency and activity and the same mailings and actually spend less in this process. So I think it's just replacing that personnel portion. The rest of the stuff that it costs, the mailers and all that just costs what it costs, right? Don't do a referendum if you're not going to send a mailing, right? So I think that's kind of it is what it is, and we're just trying to replace the personnel piece that we just don't have right now. So I think that makes sense to me.
So, Ms. Miller, I keep saying Ms. Miller, I'm sorry, Ms. Levy. I was trying to unfreeze my screens. No one wants to look at me at the side like that. So, again, it's not absurd for us to think that. I just want to make sure I go back and say that twice now. Not to say that, I had to catch up with the thoughts. The hardest part is we didn't do the same thing from 1 year to the next, but it could have still cost the same thing because your costs and stuff cost more too. So I just want to make sure I put that thought so it's not absurd that this could be in that ballpark range.
So just 1 point. One, thank you. I'm pretty secure, so you don't, I'm good. But we have not had a conversation of delaying the hiring of a communications director. So we're not swapping out one expense for the next unless there is something that I'm missing. So we could very well, and I'm not saying do this, don't do this. I just don't think we have enough information yet. But if we bring on the Donovan group, that's not to replace a communications director, because in the same time period, we may very well hire an executive director of communications, and you're paying that cost as well.
Board Member Miller?
Thank you so much. Just looking at page 7. Sorry, I know, I feel really embarrassed. I'm sorry. So looking at page 7, so bullet point number 3 talks about sending an email and communication, which I think is awesome, to parents about the district's needs and the process that's been used to address those needs. So I think, like to Ms. Levy's earlier point, we're not even quite there yet anyway. I'm fully in favor of using this group, and that's only because in addition to their references, I know like Dr. Gothard, who was just hired to be the superintendent at Madison, I had the privilege of being his student in grad school, and he spoke very highly of this group. And I mean, the people who I respect in education and who have shown those good outcomes seem to really highly recommend this, along with Dr. Garrison's recommendation. I'm happy to support. I do think that we need to be mindful, though. I'm not sure that we're even ready to do first of all, it's the 19th of November already. I'm not sure that we can do the November bullet points until December anyhow. So I don't know if we could find out if that has any impact on what the cost would be or that contract would look like. And I also just wanted to highlight 2 other messaging points. So in addition to the ideas that have been shared already, some feedback that we got that I think is important to highlight to the Donovan Group discussion is we have to make sure that our messaging is student and vision focused. So I think we've done a fabulous job over the last 2 years helping people understand like mill rates and all this kind of stuff. We have to put the kids in our vision for that front and center. I think Ms. Moratek and Dr. Garrison really helped us kind of get that started tonight with showing here's what the work we've done, here's what's going on, here's what we've got to do. But we got to put it in terms of our kids and what what deliverables it means to our kids to pass an operational and or capital referendum. And I guess the last point I wanted to make too is another thing I heard Mr. Hankins say tonight that we've heard from the BEA as well, time and time and again, is we have to be able to show that opportunity cost. So as detailed as we can be, I know it's impossible in a district this large to give a line-by-line budget item of here's where every dollar would go, but I think we need to talk about here are the deliverables to our kids, here's the vision we have for kids, and this is the cost in terms of those deliverables and vision for not passing that referendum. So back though to your specific point with the Donovan Group, to be or not to be, like I'm in support of moving forward with it. I don't know that we're at a place to move that forward tonight. It sounds like there's still some questions to answer.
Thank you. Vice President Nichols?
Thank you. I guess the only question I have is there a reason we haven't gotten 2 more proposals? Because they may be the greatest thing since sliced bread, but 78 districts passed referendums, and who did they use other than these people?
So just to let you know, I did reach out to Schools Perceptions. We've worked with them before in the past. Unfortunately, they do not do referendum campaigns. They do surveys only. I did receive today, unfortunately, from CISA 10. They didn't get their information to me in time, but CISA 10 did send me a proposal for work. And CISA 10 we're located out of Chippewa Falls, which is don't quote me on this, 3.5 hours to the north of us. And so they also do statewide referendum work. And so I did reach out to those other organizations. And again, unfortunately, School Perceptions only do surveys, not full referendums. And then CISA 10 did give me a proposal today. And they're, again, 3.5 hours away from us. And I can tell you their ballpark number was 18,000 plus 13,000, which is 8 plus 3, 20, a little over 40. I'm sorry, a little under 40,000 for their proposal. But again, I couldn't get that to the board docs based off of when I got the information today.
Well, if it's okay, I would really like to make a motion that we get two other requests for RFPs on 2 other organizations, and just by reaching out to some of the successful people that passed successful referendums, and there were some large ones on there. So I think that's in the best interest of the district and our budget.
Mr. Nichols, that sounds like is there a motion in there?
Yeah, I started as a motion, but I got carried away. Sorry about
okay.
that. I move that the district obtain 2 more RFPs for referendum communication services.
Referendum
Communication services.
You got that, Donna? Ms. Dooley. Do you have the motion down? Vice President Nichols moved that the district obtain 2 more RFPs for referendum communication services. Is there a second? I'll second that. Any discussion?
So I do have, again, one did come in today. And then I do, of course, I did reach out to Schools Perceptions, and they don't provide those services. So I will be able to provide those 2 additional spaces. I can look for a 4th one, of course, because again, Schools Perceptions sent me back that they don't do full services, unfortunately. But I do want to let you know I was definitely involved in the policy around that.
Thank you.
No problem.
Any other? Ms. Levy?
Quick question, and I I believe, and Mr. Chady, you may be able to answer this, that there is a policy around how RFPs are done. And if memory serves me correctly, there's like a 30-day window in there and et cetera. So are we following that RFP process? And if yes, that's going to put us at January before if at our next meeting, there is a recommendation that we do an expedited RFP process or some type of edit, I think that would be prudent. And just for clarification, if school perception says they don't do it, that's not counted as one of the RFPs because they don't do it.
So just for clarity, the RFP process, you're right, is the district creating a request and then communicating that request out to the best of our abilities to parties. But you have to be able to identify I mean, we could post it on our district website, right? But nobody's going to find it if they don't know to go looking for it. So you try to proactively send it to those that you think may have interest and abilities to meet your needs. I understand what Board Member Nichols' desire is, and I mean, 2-3 weeks ago, we passed a policy that says anything over $25,000 needs to have certain things done to it. So I think the administration needs to seek additional bids. I don't think we need an RFP per se, because to Board Member Levy's point, if you're doing an RFP, you're probably going to leave it open for 2 weeks, and we don't have 2 weeks to leave it open, right? So we need to get interested parties to submit a bid proposal to us as to what they can provide us and how much it's going to cost, and then from there make a determination. And I'm on WASBO right now looking at communication firms. So,
Ms. Miller?
Thank you. So I appreciate also where you're coming from. I'm not sure that we need a motion to do that. I would, I would agree with Board Member Levy and with the sentiment that we probably should follow I think, please correct me if I'm wrong, the policy I'm looking at is, so there's like 672 and 672.1. So Board Member Levy, admittedly, I just did like a skim and a control F on 672.1. I didn't see that there was a time requirement. So I think if we just, follow policy and just put out, another, like you said, like Mr. Chidi was just saying, like look at another reasonable request. Looks like we can just check the WASPO website. I think we just follow 672.1. And I just want to read this one bullet that I thought was of note based on the discussion. It's the first bullet point. So for those following along at home, I'm at 672.1 purchasing/bidding requirements. And then under general provisions, bullet point 1 says, all orders or contracts based on bids shall be awarded to the lowest responsible bidder in terms of quality. So if it's something that's like not comparable, right? It's not, you don't just look at the dollar sign, right? Conformity to specifications, suitability for intended use, et cetera. And what I found notable about that is special preference may be given to qualified local area bidders in the awarding of orders or contracts based on bids. So if there's somebody more local, and like Dr. Garrison expressed a concern about CISA 10 being, and it's made the drive, it's not a fun drive, right? Several hours away. I think our bases are covered. So it's not that I don't support what you're saying, Vice President Nichols. I don't know that we necessarily need a motion to do that. I think could we just, out of professional respect, just say like, could we just take a look? It sounds like we're not quite ready to move forward with it anyway. But that's just my opinion.
I'm good with that. Maybe that was a bad choice of words. So, but no, I think it's just a good idea to make sure that we're being thoughtful about everything, and probably a couple phone calls, or maybe a half a dozen phone calls to get recommendations for somebody. Make a phone call. And Mr. Chade, looks like you're already on top of it, so you'll probably have that by the end of the day tomorrow, right? I'm just sorry. Add a little humor to the request. So yeah, Board Member Miller, I thank you, and Board Member Levy, thank you too. I think just let's just get more bids and then let's look at it next week or week after next.
I just want to make sure the team is, keenly aware that, we are at that back end of time, and unfortunately, we will do this if that's the board. I will do this if that's the board's desire, but I can't promise that any communication firm will want to jump into the conversation with us in December when we have to have a conversation done by January the 21st. And so that does present some challenges. Again, I do have these two right now. I can get a third and bring that to the conversation. Again, unfortunately, Sister 10 got the information to me today, which is that's just the time frame. And Ms. Levy, you're right that school perceptions will be out of the conversation. I didn't know that until when I got the information, and so I will have to get a third one so the board can look at 3 different bids. But again, I can't make any promises based off of our window in which we have. I might have to ask the board to consider a special meeting. Well, not really, because we got Thanksgiving next week, so I don't know how we can. We are looking at a December time frame, but that's the time crunch that we're under when we have to move forward with the referendum work. And so there's a lot of work to be done, and I think we can get it done.
Ms. Miller?
I was just wondering, read my mind. I mean, we've in the past, not recently, but if there's been something that was like time sensitive, we could post a meeting that's like virtual only, so nobody really has to go out of their way, like Monday or Tuesday at some point. If we just need to jump on and say, Dr. Garrison, thank you for presenting these, go ahead with the whatever group or, whatever, should take like 15 minutes. I mean, that's not going to I want to respect everybody's holiday, certainly, but that would be fine with me. I mean, is everybody open to that possibility? I mean, we're open Tuesday. I mean, kids are going to school Tuesday, right? So.
Yep, we can certainly ask Ms. Dooley or Ms. Shope to do a doodle poll, make certain we're all available via online or something. Yep. Are you?
Oh yeah, I can be available for something like that. Yeah.
Okay, but we do have a motion on the table and a second. Is any other discussion? All in favor? Any opposed?
No. Nay.
Nay.
Motion fails. Thank you, Dr. Garrison and Mr. Chady. Next on the agenda is the motion to rescind the approval of the creation of the Dean of Students position at Merrill Elementary. The purpose of this is this motion would need to be rescinded for the Board of Education to reconsider the position at Merrill Elementary. The background information is, at the last meeting, Dr. Garrison presented information to change the assistant principal position to a Dean of Students position. By rescinding the vote of approval of the creation of the Dean of Students position at Merrill and the elimination of the assistant principal position at Merrill, the board is essentially reinstating the assistant principal position. This is on the agenda tonight because it was requested by a board member to be returned to the full board for reconsideration. Is there any discussion? Ms. Levy?
Thank you. So my preface is I'm always interested in understanding the perspective of my colleagues. And so my question, if anyone is interested in sharing, is anyone who voted to support this, it was a 4-3 vote, what for you has changed?
Anyone? Dr. Garrison, would you like to weigh in?
Sure. The conversations around, reductions in our school district has been, a tall task to continuously have. When we're talking about reductions in our school district, I'm asked to look at many different opportunities and/or changes that may be in the forefront of our district. The Dean of Students conversation did come up, and it was something that I wanted to, consider in the conversation. Now, with that being stated, please note that at the board conversation last week, I did make it very clear that, I really wanted us to all be in the same conversation and wanted to stay with either us accepting both of my recommendations or not. And so, in that space, I want to make sure that we all are very clear that I did make the statement that I would prefer us all to just keep everything the same, knowing that we were going down the voting space. The reality is we are in a deficit. The reality is there's so many things that has to be considered even for next year if we do not pass a referendum that could be in the conversation. That's the reality. Whether it be moving dean's conversations, whether it be having additional cut conversations in different spaces, the reality is we are in a very peculiar situation without having funding to support the things that we believe we definitely want. And so that's made it very, challenging for everyone at the board level, and of course everyone at the community level, and of course in administration and staff, parents, families, and so forth. And so with that being stated, my space, as I stated last week, at the board level, I would rather just keep everything the same, moving us back to having an AP if needed. Not if needed, moving the dean position back to an AP, which will allow us to have that continuous conversation. Now, with that being stated, please note that Merrill has not had any AP since the beginning of the school year due to different opportunities that our staff members took. And so they haven't had that space being occupied. So the attempt for us to look at this being a dean position was a space, and that's the space that we worked through last week. Of course, we've heard from the community. I'm not going to, turn that corner and act like we didn't hear from the community, because we did hear from the community, even in community comment, that this is something that the community wants to keep. And I do believe that for me, just like last week, it'll be a space in which we can still support, knowing that we've already not had the space. And from a savings perspective, one could argue we've already had savings there because we hadn't had the position. So for me, as nothing changed for me, I could say that outside of us having a conversation at the board level, wanting to reconsider that space. And hopefully the board will hear this conversation and make a decision that can actually move us all forward.
Board President Johnson, may I just get clarification? Okay, thank you so much. So a couple things. One, I'm not trying to influence how other people support or don't support a position. So I want to be clear about that. But I was very clear before we voted that what we were potentially voting for was differently staffing Merrill with a position that has less capabilities. And it was also, I clearly asked, was the plan to move to a principal dean model for all of our elementary schools? And the answer was no. So to me, that's very clear. If by 4-3 we were okay with that 2 weeks ago, I'm not sure what has changed. And Dr. Garrison, if you are comfortable answering, if you didn't support that, why would you present it as an option?
I'm answer the question. When I'm having to make decisions around reductions in our school district, the dean position is something that was in our school district, okay? Now we've since changed that conversation, and to be honest with you, in some elementary schools back in the day didn't even have a dean position. Okay, and so they didn't have a AP at all. Okay, they was just a principal. And so when we're looking at over time, and I'm thinking about where our district is as it pertains to our budgetary concerns and our constraints, these are conversations that I will have to have if we possibly don't pass a referendum. That doesn't mean that I want to have deans, but it does mean that those are conversations that I have to have because we don't have the funds. And funding is a major thing in a school district that, again, has had year over year, $10 million plus worth of cuts. There's no way I can get around having these conversations. And so since Merrill did not have a person in the position, I did consider that as a space. At the board level last week, we had more discussions about that. And at the board level, I did make the statement around I didn't want to do one over the other because I creating the space around COLAC versus administration versus COLAC versus the community. These are all things that we've had to deal with in this space for the past 2+ years. And I was trying to avoid that. With that being stated, we did bring back our chief of communications position. And we moved to have a dean position based off of the vote. But again, my hopes is that, again, based off of the conversations that I've heard from the community and conversations that I've had internally, that we can move forward with keeping things the same across the board. But please note that without a past referendum, things could change in our school district. I think people got to understand that. So that was the purposes of this whole space, Mrs. Levy. And that's just kind of where I'm at in the conversation.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. Mrs. Almendarez, do you know when the position of the assistant principals at the elementary schools became enacted here in the school district of Beloit? Because I know when my kids went to elementary school, there was a principal, but no assistant principal. I would be guessing perhaps 18, 19, but I can research this further and make sure I give you a more accurate school year if you give me a few minutes. Oh, okay, thank you. And the reason I ask is because I know that this was counted, this position, it was a vacant position due to a leave of absence. So it was counted in our budget as a cost savings. So one of my questions that I would have now is, where is this funding coming from, since we passed a budget with this being a cost savings in that budget?
This was a cost savings in our budget because we didn't have a person. It was always in our budget because based off of the person's leave of absence, we had to hold the position for the entire school year in case that said person came back. And so when the said person decided to not come back, it became an additional savings in essence, because we had, at that point, we could decide whether or not we want to bring it back as an AP or possibly move it to different conversations in which we had. So we had to keep the position in our budget because the person that went on leave, we had to hold a position based off of the rules of leave. We had to hold a position until that person come back. So it was still within our budget to hold this position. When the person didn't come back, it actually gave us the opportunity to determine whether or not we wanted to keep it, change it, or go in a different direction.
Mrs. Almendarez? So it's actually the year of COVID. So it was 2019, 2020. No, 2020, 2019. 2020. Right, yeah, 2019, 2020, yeah. Thank you.
But that was pre-COVID, right? So the board made the decision to employ these assistant principals at the elementary school before the pandemic.
Okay, so Mr. Chady's comment was, it was before the pandemic and when the district moved to employ these APs at the elementary level.
Say in 1920.
In 2019, 2020. Ms. Miller?
Thanks. So I understand that it is a newer position, but it was in 2019 prior to the pandemic, and I might be misquoting the numbers. So the best that I can recall, the state does like mental health data, right? We collect mental health data periodically, and there had been I think it was like a 60% increase in severe student mental health concerns prior to COVID. Right, it was comparing data. I want to say it was to 2010 to 2019, so over like that decade. And so I just want to add that context. There's a podcast that I shared around a couple months ago that talked about nationwide conversations around cutting in schools. And one of the popular talking points is, well, back when, whatever, we didn't need this. Well, our kids are not the kids that we had even 5 years ago. I last taught at Beloit Memorial High School. It was in December of 2014. And even the needs that I see in a different school, I mean, it's a different group. We heard that when we were hearing very vocally from our student services staff. So I would say that the basis for maintaining that equitable staffing, I think is strong. To Dr. Garrison's point, I mean, if we don't pass a referendum, I mean, it's we're already cut into bone. I mean, that's a different conversation. I guess my point is that it's not a conversation we have to have right now at this point because, and I believe you just clarified, it is already budgeted for. Our balanced budget includes if we hire that person. I know, Mr. Anderson, you had said during that budget hearing, you were like, yeah, I mean, if we don't fill some of those positions, that cuts into, right? And so, I mean, it's budgeted for right now. We all know that educators wear many hats. Our teachers are already wearing several more than they had to even 5 years ago, and the same goes for our assistant principals and our principals. So it's getting more grown-ups with kids, I think, is key in whatever capacity we can, and this is an opportunity to just maintain, hopefully, that availability. So I don't know. I don't want to cut off discussion, but if everybody, I'm ready to make a motion, but go ahead.
I just wanted to
Yeah,
add
please.
a couple more things. And I agree with you. Yeah, our kids are not the same kids that they were pre-COVID. I mean, kids are kids, yes, they are, but I think our kids aren't the same. I think our adults aren't the same, and we all need some mental health, okay? Anybody that says they don't, well, anyway, okay. Quite truthfully, I don't know that the position of a dean versus the position of an AP is going to make or break Merrill Elementary. I just don't. I know that there are some other positions that were eliminated, and looking at the costs and the savings that Dr. Garrison is estimating, I'm concerned about some of the stresses that I saw from staff members while I was at Merrill Elementary, and knowing that some of them had to take personal financial reductions because their jobs were reduced or eliminated or whatever. And quite honestly, I would love to say, yeah, we have enough money to do the AP position and restore the other positions as well, but we don't. And these stressors don't stay in the school building. If somebody is having a hard time paying rent, that goes beyond the school district of Beloit, and it becomes a community problem. It becomes a housing issue. It becomes so many other things. These decisions are not taken lightly by any stretch of the imagination, and I'm concerned as there are different allegations out there in the public, different things that come before the board. I am concerned about how we're moving ahead with the staffing at Merrill Elementary. I mean, personally, I think it's, it's not that big of a difference whether it's a dean or an AP. I do like the idea of them all being deans or all being APs, or us figuring, do we want to use this money? And this is a discussion for Garrison, and the cabinet. Do we want to use money to have more pupil services, more of the counseling and the support staff that we're seeing that is needed in the schools? So that's my 2 cents. Brian, you got something to say? Or sorry, Mr. Anderson.
That's okay. So I guess just thinking about Board Member Levy's question of, so what's changed? I think I come from a place of trying to take the superintendent's or the administration's recommendations, right? And so when that came through at our last meeting, I'm like, okay, from a logical standpoint, it makes perfect sense. Let's do we'll save some dollars because he's been tasked with saving dollars, right? And that position could fulfill a certain role. Merrill has less students. It all made sense. But one of the things, that I've heard since then and from the community is the community wants to support that position. And I think it's fair to say that I think a couple people have said we can reinstate the position because public says they want that. But no, that's another line item in our referendum question, right? To say, hey, these are things, and along with a long list of other things that Dr. Garrison said he doesn't want to resort to cutting if a referendum doesn't pass, right? So I think, I can put that logical piece aside and say, hey, the community wants to support this position. The reality is it's unfilled right now. If we fill this position, we approve this today to go back to an AP, it gets filled in January. We're really talking a half a school year of a position that's already budgeted. So I don't think that piece of it is going to cripple the district, right? So I think to honor some of that feedback that we heard and that was written, I can support that.
Any other board members? Okay, I will entertain a motion.
I move we rescind the decision to approve the creation of a Dean of Students position at Merrill Elementary.
Second.
I'm sorry, folks, I'm just taking a moment looking at the motion from the previous meeting. The motion from the previous meeting was move approval of the creation of the Dean of Student position at Merrill Elementary and the elimination of the Assistant Principal position at Merrill Elementary. Ms. Levy, can you repeat what your motion was to make certain I heard you correctly?
Yeah, absolutely, and I'll also provide clarification as well. So my motion is that we rescind the approval of the creation of the Dean of Students position at Merrill. So once that decision is essentially erased, we'll go back to what it was before, which is a principal AP structure.
Okay, wonderful. There is a motion by Amy Levy, seconded by Megan Miller. Ms. Dooley, did you get the motion?
Yes, so basically we're only moving to rescind.
Turn your mic on.
But not doing the elimination, right?
Correct.
Turn your mic on. Don, can you turn your mic on?
Oh, I don't know if she heard you, that's fine. Okay, any discussion?
Just a question, Dr. Garrison, like that doesn't create any So the way it was written originally, and now the way we've moved it, that doesn't create any conflict on your end? It's all good?
It'll go back to the principal AP motion as Mrs. Levy just mentioned.
Perfect. All right, thank you.
Principal AP setup, sorry.
Okay, any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously. That brings us to the consent agenda. The consent agenda, to approve the items on the consent list in one motion, members may request to have an item pulled from the consent list and voted on one at a time. They may come on the regular agenda. I would like to request items, items B and C be pulled from the consent agenda. Are there any other board members that would like items removed? Ms. Miller?
Thank you, Board President Johnson. Could we remove items E, F, and G? Please. So those are policies 445, 455, Rule 1, and 446. Thank you.
E, F, and G?
G, yep.
Okay, any other items from the consent? Ms. Levy?
Thank you. If we could remove item D, I am going to abstain because I didn't participate in that meeting.
Okay, any other items? So that leaves us with items H and I. Can I get a motion for approval of the consent agenda of items H and I?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Megan Miller, seconded by Brian Nichols. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, the first item, item B, I requested this one be pulled because we did receive a letter that was shared with us by Beloit Memorial Principal Emily Pelz from the donor of this kind gift. Dear Ms. Pelz, my late husband, Julius Julie Pellegrini, taught and coached at Beloit Memorial for 29 years. He died on June 21 of this year. In his memory, I am enclosing 2 checks for a total of $1,500 to be divided equally among the track and field program, the science department, and Loads to Success. Beloit Memorial was very important to Julie, both as a former student, class of 1948, and as a faculty member, 1962 to 1991. He stayed in contact with many of his former classmates who also became teachers and coaches either in Beloit or elsewhere. He also talked fondly of his former students and trackmen. Teaching was his calling. I wish you every success for the 24-25 school year, and especially for the BMHS goal of achieving a high rate of attendance. Sincerely, Barbara Pellegrini. Can I get a motion for approval of this kind donation? Or I'm sorry, anybody? Go ahead, Ms. Miller.
Oh, no, I was just gonna, so moved.
Second.
Motion by Megan Miller for approval, seconded by Brian Nichols. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item C, I've asked to remove the minutes item because I would like to have the addresses of the public speakers removed from the minutes. Did anyone else have any edits to the minutes? I will take a motion for approving the minutes of November 5th, 2024.
So moved with edits.
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Levy moved to approve the minutes with the edits and seconded by Brian Nichols. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Approval of the minutes for November 7th. Did anyone see any edits they would like to have on the November 7th minutes? Hearing none. All in favor of the minutes for November 7th, 2024? Or I'm sorry.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the minutes from November 7th.
Second.
Thank you. I'm getting ahead. It's getting late. I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Oops. Aye.
Any abstentions?
I'm abstaining.
Thank you, Ms. Levy. Motion carries with 4 ayes and 1 abstention. That brings us to policy 445, student interviews. Ms. Miller?
Thank you. So actually, my concern is the same with E, F, and G. I know we received a public comment about it this evening, and also, unless I'm remembering incorrectly, I think this is something we talked about many years ago when I was on the board. Oh, maybe not, because I don't know. Maybe it was in the context of the code of conduct. But the whole idea of not having a parent present is tricky, and I understand that there is language in there that talks about making every attempt, which I think is really good. I think the speaker this evening made a really good point about. Let me make sure I wrote down some notes here. This is a big deal. Maybe getting community input about just making sure that we're both upholding legally what we have to in the policy, but also maybe getting some input from affected community members and certainly maybe some students. As a parent, I would be really frustrated if someone called me, I don't have great reception where I work, and then I came to find out that my child was interviewed by law enforcement without the option of having a parent present. Like, I don't know, like what degree, like an earnest, I can't remember the exact languages, but like an attempt. Just that there's a lot of subjectivity there. So I would just put forward to the board the idea of not approving E, F, and G for first reading with the recommendation that the policy committee maybe invites some folks to weigh in who are affected, particularly like parents and students, just to make sure. And certainly we can't, I understand there's like a legal threshold of what the language has to be in, of course, just as a way just to be responsive, to those concerns. This is like something I've actually experienced. It's not pleasant. Not as a parent, thankfully it won't happen, but it's not great stuff. And there's, unfortunately, in circumstances like this, even the best intended, well-written policy, there's subjectivity, there's decisions made with urgency. So as much safeguarding as we can for our kids, I think the better.
Thank you. Ms. Levy?
Thank you. I am not opposed, if that is the will of the board, to send it back to policy and expand the discussion. But just so everyone's on the same page, this is not going to give parents and students like any more rights in the meantime. If you look at policy, I know that sounds great to say, but it's the truth. If you look at policy 445, that second page, the first paragraph that's stricken through, we did not make that many edits to the spirit of, take it for what it's worth, but in the absence of this being passed, the old policy is still in place, and I love that these conversations are happening. That's good. But the policy that is in effect right now is a reasonable concerted effort will be made and documented to contact the parent or guardian of a minor student in advance of the interview. And that's not very different from the recommended change. So again, I'm totally not opposed to sending it back and opening up discussion. I just don't want people to think that until this passes, something different is in place. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Levy. Mr. Anderson?
I'm just curious what, like you said, thank you, Board Member Levy, for pointing that out, because you're right, we're really not looking for much change from an implementation standpoint, right? So I'm just curious, what is this the norm in districts? Because fortunately, I've never had to go through this as a parent, right? But I could see where that'd be a little disconcerting, right? But if this is just the way it works, then, maybe I have to just be okay with it. So,
Mr. Nichols?
Thank you, Board President Johnson. And Board Member Levy, thank you for pointing that out. I was going to do that. So, but this, also this has been vetted by legal too, before we got to this point. So just so you know that. But I would ask the question, Dr. Garrison, and maybe you were going to offer this anyway. So, Board Member Megan Miller brings up a great question. I have Verizon, and sometimes I can't get service like right here. But regardless, if you can't get a phone call, typically you can get a text. Is that even done? Would that be done to a parent if they couldn't reach them by the phone?
We make every effort to contact the parent, and that definitely includes texting. Sometimes parents will tell us, you probably got a quicker chance of getting a hold of me by texting me.
Okay.
Mrs. Beavers can provide some more information about this. I know there's conversations around students, being questioned by themselves. Again, that is not the practice. I want to make sure people understand that too. And Mrs. Miller, I understand what your concern is, and from the public, their concern. Our practice is not, let's go talk to kids without an adult. There are child protective services stuff that comes up where they will speak with the kid without adults. And people have to understand that as well. And I think people forget that those are like extenuating circumstances in which we have to follow the letter of the law in those spaces. So Mrs. Beavers, please come.
I was just waiting to see if there was anything I could add. You guys all from the policy committee added what I would have added, that this was legally vetted, that we use every effort in addition to text or sometimes even home visits. But it is not required to get parent permission if there is a police investigation and a police officer needs to speak to a student.
Thank you, Ms. Beavers. Any other discussion? Is there a motion? Would somebody like to make a motion in, what is that?
I'm sorry. I think the motion was to send this back, but now you're saying that.
Oh,
No,
I didn't hear.
I apologize. If I said that, I didn't intend to. There's no motion.
Okay,
I don't.
that's what I'm sorry.
Thanks.
I just want to make sure I'm clear too. Sorry.
Well, based on the discussion, I would move that we move this for approval.
Are you moving, is this E, F, and G?
I would be, if you want to do E, F, and G, that's fine.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and do E, F, and G. And F's the retirement, so.
Okay, So there is a motion by Brian Nichols to move E, F, and G forward,
Second.
and second by Brian Anderson. Any discussion? Ms. Levy?
Yeah, just very briefly. One, I appreciate this discussion. And two, this is the first reading. We will have a second reading. So if the public wants to give us feedback, you still have another 2 weeks to do that. And I would hope that along with that, that parents and guardians are going to have conversations with their students so they can be aware of what their positions are if they ever find themselves in this situation.
Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. I'm sorry? Okay, that brings us to future meeting dates. Our next meeting, we've got the board table talks on Thursday, November 21st at 6:15 p.m. at the Beloit Public Library in the community room. We have our next regular board meeting Tuesday, December 3rd at 6 p.m. Our policy committee meeting is Wednesday, December 4th at 5:30 p.m. And we have a special board meeting, professional development with Bob Butler on Wednesday, December 11th at 5 p.m. The next item is human resources. Are there any open session questions or discussion for Exhibit A or B or any of the human resources? Are there any closed session discussion questions for Exhibit A or B or any human resources attachments? I would entertain a motion for approval of Exhibit A and B.
Oh, go ahead. Second.
I believe that motion was by Amy Levy, seconded by Megan Miller. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Our next item is an executive session item. The purpose of this is to request a motion to enter into closed session to discuss the item listed for closed session discussion, which tonight is to confer with legal counsel for advice regarding an investigation. The motion would be to move to convene the Board of Education into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent B of the Wisconsin State Statutes relative to conferring with legal counsel who is rendering oral or written advice, and pursuant to Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent F of the Wisconsin State Statutes relative to considering the disciplinary data and investigation of charges against a specific person which, if discussed in public, would be likely to have a substantial adverse effect on the reputation of any person involved in such investigation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Brian Nichols, seconded by Amy Levy. Any discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Dooley, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, you may. Megan Miller.
Aye.
Brian Anderson.
Aye.
Brian Nichols.
Aye.
Amy Levy.
Aye.
and Tia Johnson.
We will convene to closed session. Thank you. I'm sorry?
Sorry, are we adjourning out of close?
Yes, we may adjourn from closed session.
Okay, cool, thank you.